Since the dawn of time, people everywhere have told stories to explain the world around them. Myths are not just tales of gods, heroes, and monsters. They are mirrors of the human heart. They carry the hopes, fears, and wisdom of entire cultures. Though born in different lands and spoken in many tongues, these stories share something timeless. They ask what it means to live, to love, to struggle, and to find meaning. The 40 myths you are about to hear come from every corner of the world. Some explain creation itself, how the earth, sky, and sea first came to be. Others speak of courage and sacrifice, reminding us that strength is not always measured by power, but by compassion and resolve. Many explore temptation, loss, or fate, showing how even gods and heroes face choices as fragile as our own. These myths have been told and retold for centuries, around fires, in temples, through song and verse. They have shaped cultures, guided moral codes, and inspired art and ritual. Yet their lessons remain alive today. A Norse story of the world's end echoes in cycles of destruction and renewal we still see around us. A Sumerian goddess retreating into darkness reminds us of times when despair takes hold and of how community and joy can call us back to light. A trickster spider from West Africa proves that wit can outlast brute strength, while a Hindu tale of sacrifice teaches the endurance of love and devotion. As you listen, notice how these stories weave together. The details may differ: mountains, oceans, deserts, or forests, but the themes are shared. They reveal a universal truth. Humanity has always sought meaning through story. Each myth is both a treasure from its own culture and a thread in the larger tapestry of our shared imagination. So settle in. Let the voices of the past guide you. Across time and distance, these 40 myths invite you to reflect, to wonder, and to see yourself within the patterns of creation, courage, loss, and renewal. They are not only stories of long ago, but wisdom still waiting to speak to us today.
Number 1. Icarus, Greek, modern Greece. From the heart of Greek mythology comes the story of Icarus, the son of Daedalus, one of the greatest craftsmen of the ancient world. Exiled on the island of Crete, Daedalus and his son longed for freedom. They were prisoners of a labyrinth Daedalus himself had designed, a maze so complex that even its maker could not escape by ordinary means. No ship could carry them away, for the king who held them captive guarded the seas. No road led to safety. Yet Daedalus, with his unshakable mind, looked upward and imagined a path no one else had dared to consider. With genius and determination, he fashioned wings made of feathers and wax, an invention that would allow them to escape not by land or sea, but by taking to the skies. Each feather was laid with care, each joint sealed with warm wax, until the contraption resembled the wings of a great bird. Daedalus tested them carefully, flapping until his feet left the ground and then returned to his son with hope shining in his eyes.
Before taking flight, Daedalus gave Icarus clear instructions. Do not soar too close to the burning sun, for the heat would melt the wax. Do not fly too low, for the damp sea spray would weigh down the feathers. He urged his son to keep to a steady middle path, a lesson in balance, not only for the flight, but for life itself. At first, Icarus obeyed. He spread his wings and felt the strange joy of being lifted by the wind. Together, father and son glided over the shimmering Aegean, their shadows dancing on the waves below. Daedalus flew with measured care, always checking his son's course. But Icarus, young and fearless, felt something new awaken inside him. The rush of wind in his ears, the dazzling sunlight on his face, and the vast sky opening endlessly above filled him with ecstasy. The thrill of flight overcame caution. The impossible had become possible, and he wanted more. He climbed higher and higher, wings flashing like gold against the morning sun. His father's warnings grew faint behind him, lost in the roar of the wind. For a moment, Icarus was not just escaping prison, he was conquering the sky. He was tasting freedom unchained, ambition unbounded. Yet, as he soared too close to the blazing sun, the wax that held his feathers began to soften. Slowly at first, then more quickly, the feathers slipped away. His wings unraveled in mid-air. His face turned to terror as he plunged helplessly toward the sea. The waters closed over him, and Daedalus, powerless to save his son, watched in despair as Icarus vanished beneath the waves. This ancient tragedy has endured through centuries, not just because of its drama, but because of the questions it raises. It is more than a cautionary tale. It speaks of the tension between ambition and wisdom, between youthful daring and the steady voice of experience. The fall of Icarus reminds us that dreams, while beautiful, must be tempered with humility and balance. And yet, in reflecting on this myth, we also see ourselves. Who among us has not felt the pull of boundless ambition or the desire to ignore guidance in pursuit of our own path? The story challenges us to consider the consequences of our choices. It reminds us that even as we reach for greatness, we must respect the boundaries that protect us. The myth of Icarus also opens broader reflections on freedom and responsibility. We all long to rise above limitations, yet true freedom is not without discipline. Icarus, consumed by the ecstasy of flight, forgot that freedom without restraint can bring ruin. This lesson resonates today in our work, our relationships, and even in our societies. To act without wisdom, to pursue without reflection, is to risk a fall of our own making. But we should not see Icarus only as a warning. His flight also symbolizes courage, curiosity, and the spirit of humanity that dares to dream beyond the ordinary. In him, we see the eternal struggle between aspiration and consequence. His fall is tragic,
but his rise was magnificent. For a brief moment, he touched the sky. The Greeks told this story not only to teach caution, but to show both the beauty and the peril of human desire. So what, then, is the message for us? It is not to abandon ambition, but to guide it with humility. It is not to silence daring, but to listen to the wisdom of those who came before us. The myth of Icarus, born in ancient Greece, still whispers through time, reminding us that our actions carry weight and that harmony is found when courage and wisdom walk hand in hand.
Number 2. Odysseus and the Sirens. Greek, modern Greece. From the shores of ancient Greece comes the enduring tale of Odysseus and the Sirens, a story from Homer's Odyssey that still echoes through time. Odysseus, king of Ithaca, had already endured countless trials on his long journey home from the Trojan War. But among the greatest of these challenges was the threat of the Sirens, mysterious creatures whose voices were said to be more beautiful than any music ever heard by human ears. The Sirens' song was irresistible. Sailors who heard it would steer their ships toward the source, only to crash against sharp rocks and sink beneath the waves. The legend describes not just monsters of the sea, but the timeless dangers of temptation, seductive forces that promise pleasure but hide destruction. Odysseus, forewarned by the goddess Circe, prepared carefully. He melted beeswax and pressed it into the ears of his crew so that they would remain deaf to the enchanting voices. For himself, however, he chose a different path. He longed to experience the Sirens' song, but knew he could not trust his own will. So, he ordered his men to bind him tightly to the mast of the ship and to ignore his pleas, no matter how desperate they might sound. As they rowed past the Sirens' island, the haunting melody drifted across the sea. The music was sweeter than he could have imagined. Promises of knowledge, pleasure, and fulfillment poured into his soul. Odysseus thrashed against the ropes, begging to be released, but his loyal crew, deaf to the song and obedient to his earlier command, rowed onward. At last, the voices faded into silence, and the ship sailed safely beyond danger. Odysseus collapsed, exhausted but alive, grateful for his foresight.
This story has been told and retold for generations, and for good reason. It is not simply an adventure. It is a meditation on human weakness and strength. Odysseus teaches us that even the greatest heroes are vulnerable to temptation. His wisdom was not in resisting the Sirens by sheer willpower. He admitted his weakness, planned for it, and found a way to outwit it. That humility and preparation saved not only himself, but his entire crew. The myth offers more than a tale of survival at sea. It invites us to reflect on the dangers of modern sirens that call to us every day. The alluring distractions of pleasure, fame, wealth, or indulgence can seem irresistible. Like Odysseus, we are often pulled toward things that promise much, but can bring ruin if we abandon caution. The lesson is timeless.
Self-awareness and preparation are our shields against destructive desires. And yet, the myth also captures the complexity of human longing. Odysseus wanted to hear the song, even knowing it could destroy him. That tension reflects something deeply human. Our desire to taste forbidden knowledge, to stretch beyond our limits, to feel beauty even when it carries risk. In this way, Odysseus embodies both wisdom and curiosity, showing us the delicate balance between restraint and experience. The Greeks told this story not just to entertain, but to reveal truths about the human condition. In it, we see courage, loyalty, foresight, and weakness intertwined. The Sirens remind us of the forces outside our control, while Odysseus's actions remind us that preparation and discipline can guide us safely through them. Today, this myth continues to resonate. It speaks to anyone who has faced a temptation they could not defeat by willpower alone. It reminds us that wisdom often lies in anticipating our frailty and creating safeguards that keep us on course. Ultimately, the tale of Odysseus and the Sirens is not only about resisting danger. It is about knowing ourselves, admitting our limits, and shaping our lives in ways that allow us to move forward safely, even when the sweetest voices try to pull us astray. Ancient though it may be, its wisdom flows into our own age, reminding us that true strength is found not in denying our weakness, but in preparing for it with foresight and humility.
Number 3. Sisyphus. Greek, modern Greece. In the world of Greek mythology, few figures are as haunting, or as thought-provoking, as Sisyphus, the cunning king of Corinth. Known for his deceit and arrogance, he tricked both mortals and gods, even daring to cheat death itself. But such defiance could not go unpunished. Zeus, king of the gods, devised a fate as endless as it was cruel. Sisyphus was condemned to roll a massive boulder up a steep hill. Each time he neared the summit, the stone slipped from his grasp, tumbling back to the bottom. And so he was forced to begin again, for eternity. At first, the myth seems straightforward, a cautionary tale about arrogance and rebellion against divine order. Sisyphus mocked the laws of the gods and suffered an unending labor that mocked him in return. Yet the deeper meaning lies in the repetition itself. The hill is steep, the stone is heavy, and success is always undone. The punishment was not death or destruction, but an eternity of effort without resolution. To the ancient Greeks, this story reinforced the balance of their world. No matter how clever or powerful a mortal became, there were limits. To ignore those limits was to invite ruin. Sisyphus serves as a reminder that unchecked pride and dishonesty carry consequences, often more profound than the deceiver imagines. But over the centuries, philosophers have seen something more in this myth. The French thinker Albert Camus famously interpreted Sisyphus as a symbol of the human condition itself. Life, he argued, often feels like rolling a stone uphill only to watch it fall again, an endless cycle of effort and loss. And yet, in that very struggle, Camus suggested we might discover meaning. If we accept the futility, if we embrace the climb, then the act of pushing the stone becomes an act of defiance, even of freedom. In this way, Sisyphus's punishment can be read not only as a warning, but also as a challenge. When faced with repetitive, exhausting tasks in our own lives, washing dishes, commuting to work, meeting endless deadlines, we might feel like we are living his fate. The stone rolls back, and tomorrow we must begin again. But unlike Sisyphus, we are not bound to despair. We can choose how we face the climb. Do we meet it with bitterness or with resilience? Do we see only futility, or do we find dignity in perseverance? This myth also raises profound questions about identity, destiny, and virtue. Sisyphus was clever, yes, but he was clever without compassion, wit without humility. His endless labor is a mirror of what happens when intelligence is used only for self-gain. The boulder becomes not just his burden, but the weight of his own choices. The hill becomes the path he created through arrogance. At the same time, his figure invites us to reflect on ourselves. How often do we push our own stones, ambitions, fears, routines, knowing they will slip away? And yet, how often does that very act shape us into stronger, wiser beings? In the futility, there may be a lesson that meaning is not always at the summit, but in the persistence of the climb. The story of Sisyphus comes from a cultural tradition rich in lessons about order, responsibility, and the fragile balance between human ambition and divine will. For the Greeks, myths like this were not merely entertainment, they were moral maps, guiding people through the complexities of life. The context of the time, where gods ruled the fate of men, makes Sisyphus's rebellion all the more daring and his punishment all the more fitting. Yet today, the myth resonates just as strongly, though in different ways. It reminds us that toil without purpose can be a prison, but perseverance with awareness can be a source of strength. It invites us to examine how we face the repetitive struggles of our own age, whether we collapse under the weight of futility or we rise to find meaning even in the endless push. Ultimately, the lesson of Sisyphus is both stern and inspiring. It warns against arrogance and deceit, but it also whispers of resilience, courage, and the freedom to choose our stance towards life's inevitable burdens. Though he is bound forever to his hill, we are not. We can learn from his fate, and in doing so, perhaps transform our own endless climbs into journeys of insight, humility, and quiet strength.
Number 4. Yggdrasil and the Norns, Norse, modern Scandinavia.
In the vast and mysterious world of Norse mythology, the universe itself is held together by Yggdrasil, the world tree. This mighty ash tree is no ordinary tree. It is the very axis of existence. Its branches stretch across the heavens, touching the realm of the gods. Its trunk towers over the lands of men.
Its roots sink deep into hidden worlds, one reaching the realm of frost and giants, another descending into the dark home of the dead, and a third resting near the sacred well of Urd. Yggdrasil binds all 9 worlds together, realms of gods, giants, humans, spirits, and the departed. At the very heart of existence, it is not only a cosmic structure, but also a living symbol of interconnection, endurance, and renewal. Beneath its roots dwell 3 mysterious beings known as the Norns: Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld. Their names mean what has been, what is, and what is yet to come. They are sisters, but more than that, they are weavers of destiny itself. They sit beside the well of Urd, drawing water to nourish Yggdrasil's roots, so that the great tree may remain strong and alive. Yet their task goes beyond tending nature. With threads invisible to mortal eyes, the Norns weave the fates of gods and humans alike. Every life, every choice, every outcome takes its place upon their loom. Even Odin, the All-Father, who sacrificed his eye for wisdom and hung from Yggdrasil to gain knowledge of the runes, cannot escape what the Norns decree. Their weaving stands above him. Their work reminds all beings, divine or mortal, that no one is beyond the order of the cosmos. This myth paints a profound picture of life itself. It shows that fate and free will are not complete opposites, but strands bound together in the same tapestry. Our choices matter. They give color and shape to our lives, but the loom is not entirely in our hands. Some patterns are set by powers larger than ourselves. For the Norse people, this vision of life was not meant to inspire fear, but courage. Life in the north was harsh, marked by endless winters, sudden storms, and the constant threat of war. To believe that even the gods bowed before fate gave dignity to their struggles. If Odin himself could not change his destiny, then men and women could still live with honor by choosing how they met theirs. In this way, the story of the Norns gave strength. It taught that one does not have to control life in order to live it well. To live bravely, to act with honor, and to keep faith with one's kin. That was enough to meet whatever the Norns had woven. Fate may decide the length of a life, but character decides its worth. When we reflect on this myth today, Yggdrasil stands as a reminder of the interconnectedness of all existence. Its roots reach down into darkness, its branches reach into light, and in between lies the world we know. Every being has a place within this web. Gods in their shining halls, humans in their fragile villages, and even unseen creatures moving quietly in the shadows. The Norns, in turn, remind us of the tension between agency and inevitability. We may not control every outcome, but we do control how we face the journey. Are we reckless or wise? Do we live with compassion or cruelty? The Norns weave the threads, but the choices we make still give them their color. This myth also resonates with timeless human questions. What does it mean to live knowing that some things will always be beyond our control? How do we find meaning in a world where destiny and freedom coexist? Norse mythology does not answer with despair, but with resilience. The lesson is not to deny fate, but to live fully within it. Honor lies not in rewriting the pattern, but in choosing how we walk the path laid before us. Even the gods, mighty though they are, understood this truth. Odin sought wisdom not to change his fate, but to meet it with clarity. Thor wielded his hammer not to outlive Ragnarök, but to fight with courage until the end. The Norns' weaving reminded the Norse that life is short, but what matters most is the dignity with which it is lived. And so Yggdrasil and the Norns offer us not only an ancient story, but a living lesson. Life is indeed a tapestry woven from both destiny and choice. By recognizing our limits, we gain humility. By embracing our freedom, we gain responsibility. Together, these insights guide us toward wiser, more meaningful lives. The world tree still whispers across the ages. We are threads in a greater pattern. Our task is not to escape it, but to weave our part with courage, compassion, and awareness. If we live with that in mind, then even when fate brings hardship, we meet it not as victims, but as participants in the greater weaving of existence. And in that weaving, harmony can be found between fate and freedom, between choice and inevitability, between what has been, what is, and what is yet to come.
Number 5. Ragnarök, Norse, modern Scandinavia. Before the dawn of a new world, the old one breaks. That is the promise and the terror of Ragnarök, the Norse vision of an ending that becomes a beginning. It starts with signs that cannot be ignored. Winters grow harsh and unbroken. A long Fimbulwinter that starves the land and frays the bonds between people. Oaths are broken. Kin turn on kin. Wolves chase the sun and moon until the sky itself seems thin. Then the last day quickens. Heimdall raises the Gjallarhorn, its call rolling across the 9 realms. Ancient fetters snap. The ship Naglfar, built from the nails of the dead, frees itself and rides the black waves. From the east, giants march. From the south, Surtur advances with a flaming blade, fire roaring at his heels. Loki breaks his chains and takes his place among the foes of the gods. The field of destiny is Vigrid, wide as the horizon. There the hosts meet. Odin charges Fenrir, the massive wolf with jaws that can swallow the sky. They clash, and Odin falls. Vidar, the silent sun, steps forward and avenges him, tearing the wolf apart. Nearby, Thor meets Jormungandr, the great world serpent coiled around the oceans. Thor strikes and kills the serpent, but staggers 9 steps and dies from its poison. Tyr and the hound Garmr destroy one another. Heimdall and Loki trade mortal blows. Surtur lifts his sword, and the fires of the end rise to claim the world. Mountains crack, seas boil, the great tree trembles. But this is not a tale of doom for its own sake. It is the Norse memory of cycles, growth, decline, and return. Winter yields to spring. The long night does not last. Even endings have a task to do, clearing ground for seeds that are already waiting within the soil. Ragnarök does not erase meaning. It completes a pattern and makes room for another. Seen this way, fate and choice thread through the same weave. The great battle is foretold, yet every figure still acts with character. Odin seeks wisdom until the end. Thor meets danger head-on. Vidar speaks little, but stands when it matters. Even the opposing side moves with grim purpose. The prophecy holds, yet courage and loyalty are not wasted. They shape the manner of the ending and the dignity of those who face it. For the people who told this story, life in the North demanded such a vision. Storms, hunger, and loss were not strangers. A myth that looked directly at collapse, yet promised renewal, gave strength without illusions. It did not deny suffering. It also did not concede the last word to despair. In that balance, you can hear the practical heart of the culture. Do your duty. Keep your oaths. Stand with your kin. The fire may come, but so will the green. The lesson reaches into our time. Cycles still govern much of what we know. Forests burn and return. Economies rise and fall. Traditions fade and others bloom. On a personal scale, chapters close, jobs end, friendships change, homes are left behind. It can feel like loss without a future. Yet the myth suggests a different posture. Let endings do their work. Learn from them. Carry forward what is true and alive. Then plant again. Ragnarök also answers a fear many of us carry. If the world can break, what does courage accomplish? The story replies with the quiet resolve of its heroes. Courage does not guarantee victory. It gives shape to the soul in the face of what cannot be controlled. Thor still lifts his hammer. Vidar still takes his step. Their choices matter, not because they undo fate, but because they reveal who they are and what they are willing to defend. There is humility here too. Even Odin bows before a pattern larger than himself. Wisdom does not mean control. It means seeing clearly, preparing well, and meeting the moment without panic. In that spirit, the Norse end of the world becomes a teacher. When bonds fray, strengthen the ones you can. When cold hardens, peep a fire. When endings press in, look for the seeds already waiting beneath the ash. If you listen closely, the closing images carry a promise for daily life. Somewhere in you, there is a plain that can be cleared and planted again. Somewhere in your circle, there is a bond that can be mended or remade. Even after great loss, small faithful actions still count. A meal shared, a word kept, a plan started. Renewal rarely arrives all at once. It shows up as green shoots, and then a field. So the myth leaves us with a steadying truth. Cataclysm can lead to regeneration. Endings open the way for fresh starts. Not every fire destroys. Some fires clear space. Not every winter kills. Some winters store strength for spring. Hold to what is worth saving. Release what is finished. And look up when the smoke thins. The world tree trembles. The horn sounds. The battle passes. And the earth grows green again.
Number 6. Tyr and Fenrir, Norse, modern Scandinavia. In the myths of the Norse, there is a story both fierce and tragic, the tale of Tyr, the god of justice, and Fenrir, the monstrous wolf fated to bring ruin at the world's end. Fenrir was no ordinary wolf. Born of the trickster god Loki and a giantess, he grew with such speed and ferocity that even the gods of Asgard trembled at his strength. His jaws could split the sky, and his paws crushed the earth. At first, the gods tried to raise him, hoping to tame his wild power. But soon, his might became unbearable, and they feared what havoc he would unleash when Ragnarök, the final battle, came to pass. The gods sought to bind him. They tried heavy chains of iron, but Fenrir snapped them like threads. They tried stronger fetters, forged in secret, but these too shattered under his rage. At last, the dwarves were asked to fashion something unbreakable. With the cunning of their craft, they created Gleipnir, a ribbon soft and smooth as silk, yet woven with impossible ingredients, the sound of a cat's footsteps, the roots of a mountain, the breath of a fish, and the spittle of a bird, and other things no eye could see.
Though delicate, it was stronger than the heaviest chain. The gods approached Fenrir with this ribbon, pretending it was a test of his strength. But Fenrir was no fool. Suspicion burned in his eyes. He agreed to be bound only if one of the gods placed a hand in his mouth as a sign of good faith. None dared, except Tyr, the god of honor and justice. Tyr stepped forward, calm and resolute, knowing the cost. Fenrir was bound. The ribbon tightened. He twisted and strained, but Gleipnir held fast. Realizing the deception, the wolf roared in fury and clamped down on Tyr's hand, severing it at the wrist. The god bore the pain without flinching, sacrificing his hand to uphold the promise and protect his people. From that day forward, Tyr carried the mark of that sacrifice, a reminder that keeping balance in the world sometimes demands loss. This myth is not simply about violence or betrayal. It is about the price of order and the courage to bear it. Fenrir represents chaos, wild, untamed, and inevitable. Tyr embodies justice and duty, willing to endure personal suffering for the safety of the whole. His hand was the pledge that sealed the god's deceit, and his wound was the cost of maintaining a fragile peace. For the Norse people, the story carried profound meaning. They lived in a world of harsh winters, uncertain harvests,
and constant threats from war and sea. Chaos was not a distant fear, but a daily reality. To survive, they valued courage, sacrifice, and honesty. Tyr's act showed that sometimes integrity requires paying a heavy price, and true leadership is not about comfort, but about bearing loss for the sake of others. Even today, this story speaks to us. In every community, there are moments when chaos must be restrained, whether that chaos is injustice, corruption, or conflict. And often, it falls upon someone to take the risk, to give something up, so that others may live safely. Tyr's sacrifice reminds us that real courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to endure pain for what is right. The lesson is clear. Trust and duty are sacred, but they may demand sacrifice. To bind the chaos that threatens order, we must sometimes give of ourselves, our comfort, our pride, even our safety. Tyr's missing hand becomes a symbol not of weakness, but of the strength it takes to keep a promise and protect the community. And so the tale endures, passed from one generation to the next. Fenrir waits still, destined to break free when Ragnarök arrives. But the image of Tyr, standing firm despite his loss, continues to remind us that justice is never without cost, and that courage often leaves scars.
Number 7. Gilgamesh and Enkidu. Mesopotamian, modern Iraq. Long ago, in the ancient city of Uruk, there ruled a mighty king named Gilgamesh. He was said to be 2/3 divine and 1/3 mortal, a man of unmatched strength and beauty. The walls of Uruk rose high and strong, a testament to his power. But within those walls the people groaned under his rule. For all his gifts, Gilgamesh was arrogant and harsh. He demanded too much from his subjects, taking what he wished and forcing his people into hardship. The gods, hearing the cries of the people, decided to create a balance to Gilgamesh's unchecked power. From the wild plains came Enkidu, a man formed of clay and spirit, covered in hair, living among the beasts. He drank at the watering holes with gazelles, ran with the herds, and knew nothing of cities or kings. To civilize him, a woman was sent to share food, warmth, and love. Through her, Enkidu learned the ways of humanity, bread, wine, and the speech of men. No longer fully a creature of the wild, he set out toward Uruk, destined to meet the king. When the two finally encountered one another, they clashed with fierce might. The city shook as they wrestled, strength against strength, pride against pride. Yet neither could overcome the other. The struggle ended not in victory, but in recognition. Out of combat grew respect, and out of respect grew friendship. Gilgamesh, once feared for his cruelty, found in Enkidu a companion who was his equal, his balance, and his brother in spirit. Together they became inseparable. Where Gilgamesh brought boldness, Enkidu brought grounding. Where one dared, the other stood steadfast. They faced dangers side by side that tested not only their strength, but their courage and loyalty. They journeyed into the dark cedar forest, guarded by Humbaba, a monster of terrifying power. With Enkidu's help, Gilgamesh struck down the guardian, though the forest itself trembled at the deed. Later, when the goddess Ishtar, spurned by Gilgamesh, unleashed the bull of heaven on Uruk, the two friends fought together. They brought the mighty beast down, saving the city, but in doing so, they angered the gods. The cost of their victories soon came due. The gods decreed that one of them must die, and it would be Enkidu. Illness struck him, and his body weakened. The untamed man who had run with gazelles now lay still, awaiting death. His passing shook Gilgamesh to his core. For the first time, the mighty king felt the crushing weight of mortality. His heart, once full of pride, now overflowed with grief. He mourned not only his friend, but also the realization that one day he too must face the same fate. Stricken by sorrow, Gilgamesh set out on a desperate quest to escape death. He wandered through vast deserts, crossed perilous mountains, and ventured across waters no mortal had ever braved. His journey took him to the ends of the world, where he sought out Utnapishtim, the one man granted immortality after surviving a great flood. Gilgamesh listened to the tale of the flood and received wisdom, but no promise of eternal life. Even when he discovered a plant said to restore youth, it was stolen by a serpent before he could taste it. His quest ended not with the gift he sought, but with a sobering truth. No human, no matter how powerful or determined, can escape death. When he finally returned to Uruk, he was no longer the same man. He walked once again along the great walls he had built, but this time he saw them with different eyes. He understood that true greatness is not found in overpowering others or chasing what cannot be attained. It lies instead in creating, in leading wisely, and in leaving behind a legacy that benefits others. His people no longer feared only his strength. They began to respect his wisdom. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of humanity's oldest surviving stories, is not simply about gods and kings. It is about the deepest human experiences: friendship, love, loss, and the search for meaning. Gilgamesh's bond with Enkidu shows us the power of companionship, the way another person can shape us for the better. His grief reveals the pain of mortality, a pain all of us must face. And his journey teaches that while we cannot escape death, we can choose how to live before it comes. This tale, born from the soil of Mesopotamia thousands of years ago, still asks questions that are fresh today. How should we live, knowing our days are numbered? Should we chase glory alone, or invest in kindness, relationships, and the marks we leave on our communities? Gilgamesh's story suggests that while immortality of the body is impossible, immortality of the heart is within reach. We live on through the love we give, the friendships we nurture, and the legacy of what we build. Ultimately, this epic teaches humility. No matter how strong or successful we are, we cannot outwit time. But by living with compassion and purpose, we create meaning that endures. Gilgamesh's journey reminds us that even in mortality, there is wisdom, and in friendship, there is a kind of immortality that death cannot touch.
Number 8. Isis and Osiris, Egyptian, modern Egypt. Osiris was a beloved king who brought peace and order to Egypt. His brother Set burned with jealousy. Set tricked Osiris into a beautiful coffin made to fit only him, slammed the lid shut, and cast it into the Nile. When Isis, Osiris's devoted wife, found him, Set struck again. He tore Osiris's body into pieces and scattered them across the land. Isis refused to surrender to despair. She searched from delta marshes to desert edges, gathered every fragment, and with sacred rites and careful love restored Osiris long enough to conceive their son, Horus. Osiris then became lord of the underworld, guardian of the just. Years later, Horus challenged Set, healed the realm, and restored balance to Egypt. That is the heart of the myth. Love tested by betrayal, patience tested by grief, and order tested by chaos. The story opens with harmony. It descends into darkness. Then it finds a path back to light, not through brute strength, but through loyalty, wisdom, and a promise kept. Picture the Nile at twilight. Reeds whisper, boatmen call across the water. In palace halls, Osiris teaches his people how to plant by the floods and harvest by the sun. He brings laws that protect the weak. He brings music for festivals and calm for the nights. But envy watches from the shadows. Set plans a spectacle. He unveils a glittering coffin at a feast, dares the guests to test their luck, and praises the one it fits best. Osiris, trusting and curious, lies down. The lid slams. The banquet falls silent, except for the hammering of nails. Isis rises to meet the crisis. She is not a warrior with a spear. She is a seeker with a lantern. She walks the riverbanks and asks every passerby for news. She listens to fishermen, to children, to women washing cloth at the water's edge. She follows rumor and dream alike. In one telling, the coffin becomes lodged in a tree. The trunk grows around it. A king in a foreign land takes the tree for a pillar. Even then, Isis does not quit. She enters that court in humility, wins favor with gentleness, and when the moment comes, she reclaims what is hers. Set returns to smash what she saved. He cuts the body, scatters it, and thinks the work is done. But Isis knows the old words and the older ways. With her sister, Nephthys, and the jackal-headed Anubis, she gathers each piece, washes it with tears and oils, and wraps it in linen. She gives us, the living, the first model of care after death. Through her craft and her love, Osiris rises for a moment beyond time. In that moment, a child is conceived. His name is Horus. The line is not broken. Osiris does not return to a human throne. He descends instead to the realm beneath. There he judges the dead with a feather of truth upon the scales. He becomes the measure of a good life and the keeper of just reward. Above, Horus grows. He learns the songs of the hawk and the secrets of the court. When he is ready, he challenges Set. Their struggle is fierce and long. It is not only a battlefield duel, it is a trial that asks what makes a rightful king. Gods and elders weigh testimony. Wounds are given, wounds are healed. At last, Horus is recognized as the heir of Osiris. He takes the double crown and restores Maat, the balance that keeps the world steady. The river floods in season, fields green again. Festivals return. The myth lives because it speaks to us at many levels. It is a family story, with grief and courage at its center. It is a political story about rightful leadership and the return of justice. It is also a spiritual story,
teaching that what is torn apart can be gathered and made whole, that death is not a vanishing but a passage, and that truth weighs more than power when the heart is placed upon the scales. Isis is the model of steadfast love. She does not let loss define the ending. She turns love into action, and action into healing. Her patience is not passive. It is a force that outlasts violence. Osiris is the measure of integrity. Even in death, he becomes a guide, not a ghost. Horus is the promise that the future can be made right, even if the present is broken. Set is the warning that envy and force cannot hold a throne forever. Listen closely and you will hear daily echoes. Betrayal visits families and workplaces. People you trust may lock you into boxes you did not choose. Some will try to break what you rebuild. The path back is not easy. It asks for calm, for careful work, for help from loyal friends. It asks that we keep going when the first rescue fails. It asks that we teach the next generation to stand for what is right without becoming what they fight. This is why the Egyptians told the tale for centuries along the Nile and painted it on temple walls. It teaches that love and persistence can overcome betrayal. It teaches that order returns when justice is restored. It teaches that a life lived with truth has weight in this world and honor in the next. If you carry one thought from Isis and Osiris, let it be this: when chaos scatters what you cherish, start gathering. Piece by piece. Call on those who care for you. Wrap what you recover in attention and kindness. You may not restore everything as it was, but you can create a wholeness that carries life forward. That is how harmony returns. That is how kingdoms heal. That is how a heart becomes light enough to meet the feather of truth.
Number 9. Samudra Manthan, Hindu, Modern India. Long ago, the gods and the Asuras, rivals since the dawn, joined forces to do the impossible, churn the infinite ocean of milk and draw out Amrita, the nectar of immortality. They set Mount Mandara as the churning rod and coiled the great serpent Vasuki as the rope. With gods on one side and Asuras on the other, the cosmos itself became a butter churn. From the depths rose wonders and terrors, celestial treasures, radiant goddesses, divine herbs, and at last, a deadly poison so fierce it could unmake the world. Shiva stepped forward, drank the poison, and held it in his throat, saving creation. Only then did the nectar appear, and through wit and timing, the gods claimed it, restoring balance to the heavens. That is the spine of the tale. Cooperation born of necessity, rivalry held in check by purpose, and the reminder that great quests can call forth both beauty and danger. Samudra Manthan is not just a spectacle. It is a map of how the universe keeps order. Picture the scene. Mount Mandara, uprooted and set upon the waves, begins to slide into the abyss. Immediately the plan threatens to fail. Vishnu, the preserver, takes the form of a great tortoise, Kurma, and offers his back as the mountain's base. The ocean steadies, the churning begins.
Vasuki arches between the two sides, scales flashing like lightning on a storm-black sea. Each pull sends thunder through the waters. Foam mounts into clouds. The rhythm is relentless. Pull, heave, release. Pull, heave, release. And then, as if the ocean were a seed pod splitting open, treasures begin to emerge. First, a gleam in the foam, the wish-granting tree. Then the celestial cow, source of plenty. A splendid white horse, the radiant goddess Lakshmi, rising like dawn upon calm water, garlanding Vishnu as fortune returns to the world. A physician of the gods, carrying knowledge of healing in his hands. The ocean gives, and with each gift, the churning grows more determined. But creation does not yield blessings without cost. A suffocating darkness boils up, hala, the primordial poison. It spreads across the waters, staining breath and sky, threatening to undo everything the churning has set in motion. In that moment, Shiva steps forward. He gathers the poison in his palms and drinks it, holding it at his throat so it cannot pass to his heart. His neck turns a twilight blue, and the world breathes again. The gods and asuras bow, not to power alone, but to sacrifice guided by compassion. Only after danger is contained does the ocean release what everyone seeks. The divine cup-bearer appears with a golden vessel. Inside it swirls the Amrita, the victory over decay and death. At once, rivalry returns. The asuras surge forward to claim it. The gods hold fast to their purpose. Immortality must serve order, not domination.
In many tellings, Vishnu takes a captivating form to outwit the asuras, ensuring the nectar passes to the side that will safeguard the world. However you've heard it told, the meaning is clear. Strength without wisdom leads to ruin. Desire without restraint invites disaster. It is not enough to obtain the prize. You must be worthy to hold it. Listen closely, and the myth speaks beyond the stars and seas. Cooperation is not the absence of conflict. It is the choice to work together when the task is larger than any one side. Discipline is not cold denial. It is the steering wheel that keeps effort from sliding into excess. Sacrifice is not self-destruction. It is the price sometimes paid so that others may live. Think of the churnings in our own lives. Teams that don't like each other, still building something vital. Families pulling in opposite directions, but showing up when it counts. Communities facing a crisis that first brings out panic, rumor, and poison, then steadies when someone brave takes responsibility and holds the danger at their own throat. Progress often looks like this. Long stretches of hard, repetitive work, punctuated by moments of peril, followed by treasures we could never have planned. Insight, trust, a shared future. Samudra Manthan also warns us, the same effort that draws out blessings can unleash toxins. Envy, greed, the shortcuts we justify when the goal is near. Without ethical guardrails, noble quests curdle. That is why the churning needs more than strength. It needs a tortoise's steadiness beneath, a healer's wisdom beside, and a guardian's courage ahead. If you remember one image, let it be the mountain on the turtle's back, a towering ambition anchored by quiet stability. Big goals fail when they have nothing solid to rest on. Create your own karma, habits that hold you up when the water gets rough. A morning practice, honest friends, a clear boundary with your ego. Then pull, heave, release, pull again. Let your effort bring forth both the gifts you expect and the surprises you need. In the end, the nectar is not only a liquid in a golden cup, it is the life you shape when your striving is guided by selflessness. It is the stability you gain when you refuse to let poison pass to your heart. It is the balance you restore when, even in rivalry, you honor the larger task you share. Samudra Manthan reminds us, strive greatly, but steer wisely. Work with those you'd rather oppose when the work matters. When poison rises, contain it with courage. And when the nectar finally appears, let your first question not be, how do I keep it, but how do we use it well? That is how oceans give up their treasures. That is how worlds endure.
Number 10. Savitri and Satyavan. Hindu, modern India. Princess Savitri chose her husband with open eyes. Satyavan was good, brave, and kind, yet a prophecy warned that he would die within a year. She married him anyway. On the foretold day, Satyavan collapsed in the forest, and Yama, the god of death, came to claim his soul. Savitri followed Yama across shadowed paths, speaking of duty, compassion, and the strength of a faithful heart. Moved by her wisdom, Yama granted her several boons, all except the return of Satyavan's life. Savitri then asked for children to be born from her union with Satyavan. Yama had given his word, so he released Satyavan and restored their future. That is the arc of the tale. A choice made in truth, a trial faced with courage, a victory won through devotion and intelligence, not through force. Picture the opening scene, a royal court filled with suitors. Savitri listens carefully, not to promises or titles, but to character. She hears of Satyavan, a prince living in exile, working as a woodcutter to support his blind father and weary mother. He is poor, yet noble, quiet, yet resolute. When the sage foretells his early death, the room chills. Savitri does not flinch. She answers simply that her heart has chosen and will remain true. She leaves the palace silk behind and enters the forest life with Satyavan. The mornings are bright with birdsong and the scent of resin. The evenings are humble, with the warmth of a fire and the comfort of honest work. Savitri counts the days. She keeps fasts and prayers, not in fear, but in readiness for whatever comes. Her love is not a dream, it is a discipline. The fated day arrives. Satyavan swings his axe, then stops, a shadow crossing his face. He lays his head in Savitri's lap and breathes a final breath. The air stills. Yama appears, dignified and unyielding, the keeper of balance that holds all life together. He draws out Satyavan's soul as a small glowing spark and turns toward the path that the living cannot walk. Savitri rises and follows. Yama speaks to her with grave respect. He tells her to return, to perform the rites, to accept what must be. Savitri replies with humility and reason. She speaks of dharma, of the duty to stand by one's spouse in joy and in sorrow, in the marketplace and on the road that leads beyond. Her words are not argument for its own sake. They are a lantern for a dark place. Impressed by her wisdom, Yama offers a boon. Savitri asks that her father-in-law's sight be restored and his kingdom returned. Granted. Yama moves on. Savitri keeps pace. Again he offers a boon. She asks for strength and long life for her own parents. Granted. Yama walks on. Savitri keeps pace. A third boon is offered. Savitri asks for many sons to be born to her and Satyavan. Yama agrees. He speaks the promise, and the law of his word seals it. Only then does Savitri bow and gently ask how such sons can be born if her husband remains among the dead. Yama pauses. Justice requires consistency. Compassion does not break the order of the world, it fulfills it. He releases Satyavan's soul and blesses their return. They step back into daylight. Satyavan wakes as if from deep sleep. Together they return to the hermitage, where the prophecy that once frightened the court has been transformed by love and presence of mind. The beauty of this story lies in its quiet power. Savitri does not fight death with a sword. She meets it with truth, courage, and clarity. Her devotion is not blind. It is intelligent, persistent, and creative. She understands the spirit of the law as well as the letter, and she uses that understanding to protect the life entrusted to her. Satyavan is not a passive figure either. His goodness matters. The way he cares for his parents, the way he accepts exile with grace, the way he works without complaint, these are the foundations that make Savitri's vow more than romance. Together, they show that virtue is not a costume for ceremonies, it is a daily practice that gives strength when the ground gives way. Yama is not a villain. He is the guardian of order, the one who keeps the world from falling into chaos. His willingness to listen shows a different kind of strength, the kind that can hold power and still honor wisdom when it appears, even in the voice of a young woman on a road of shadows. This is why the tale has traveled across centuries. It speaks to anyone who has faced a fate that seemed set in stone. It tells us that love mixed with intelligence can open doors that fear keeps shut. It reminds us that arguments delivered with courtesy can be stronger than the loudest demands. It shows how a promise, once spoken, must be held with integrity, even by a god. Think of how this plays out in our lives. A diagnosis that arrives without warning.
a deadline that threatens to end a dream, a rule that seems leave no room for mercy. Savitri's path suggests a way forward. Prepare your heart before the crisis. Keep your vows when they are costly. Speak with respect, even to forces larger than you. Ask for what protects many, not only yourself. Then choose your words with care, the way Savitri chose her third boon. The lesson is simple to say and hard to live. Cleverness without fidelity becomes trickery. Fidelity without cleverness becomes silence. Joined together, they can soften even the decree of death. That is why the story endures. It celebrates a kind of strength that does not need to shout. If you carry one image from Savitri and Satyavan, let it be the walk beside Yama, a human being keeping pace with the inevitable, not in panic, not in denial, but with steady steps and a clear voice. May we meet our own trials in that spirit, faithful in love, thoughtful in speech, and brave enough to ask for the life that goodness deserves.
Number 11. The Banyan Deer Jātaka. Buddhist, Modern India, Nepal. In this Jātaka tale, a golden deer king faces a cruel decree. A human king has claimed the royal game park as his hunting ground and demands a daily sacrifice from the herds. When a pregnant doe pleads for mercy and is refused by her own leader, the golden banyan deer steps forward and offers his life in her place. Struck by such compassion, the human king lowers his bow, spares the deer, and renounces hunting, turning a killing field into a sanctuary. That is the arc of the story. Power confronted by courage, cruelty transformed by compassion, and leadership proven by protection of the vulnerable. Imagine the setting. Dawn spills over a misty river. In the palace city, drums announce the hunt. In the royal park, two great herds graze beneath banyan shade, one led by the radiant banyan deer, antlers like polished bronze, the other by the proud branch deer. Nets are spread, traps are set. The king's decree is simple. Each day, one deer must die, and the herds must take turns sending a victim to the stake. No chase, no terror, just a ritual killing to satisfy appetite. For a time, the grim rotation holds. When the lot falls to a small, trembling doe, heavy with young, she begs her own leader for a brief reprieve, to give birth and then return in her stead. Her request is denied. The decree is the decree, says the branch deer. The rule may be even, but it is not just. The doe crosses the meadow towards the golden herd and kneels before the banyan deer. She does not ask to live. She asks for time, for her fawn to see the light before she goes to the stake. The banyan deer listens. He weighs not custom, but compassion. Then he rises, steps into the path that leads to death, and says, "Return to your herd, I will go." At the killing ground, the royal butchers stare. This is no panicked creature fleeing the lash. This is a king walking without chains. Word reaches the palace. The human king himself arrives, bow in hand, curiosity kindling to unease. The banyan deer speaks, not in anger, but with calm that shames the iron glint of the arrowheads. He tells of the pregnant doe, of a law that spares no one but protects no future, of the difference between a rule and a right. Silence follows. The king lowers his bow.
If beasts can show mercy, what excuse has a man? On that field he breaks his decree, frees the deer, and swears never again to kill for sport. The royal park becomes a refuge where life, not death, sets the rhythm of the seasons. The Banyan deer Jātaka endures because it is simple and sharp. Its wisdom fits in a single breath.
True leadership protects the vulnerable. The branch deer kept the rule and lost his way. The banyan deer broke the pattern and saved a life, 2 lives if you count the fawn, and many more once the king's heart changed. Compassion is contagious. One courageous act becomes a mirror. It makes the powerful see themselves clearly and choose better. Sacrifice, rightly guided, is not self-harm. It is stewardship. The deer offers himself not to glorify death, but to preserve life. That intention becomes the seed of reform. Listen more closely, and you'll hear the human king's transformation is the point, not the footnote. In Buddhist storytelling, the golden deer is a past life of the Buddha, and the king is us, the part of us that holds authority. A parent, a manager, a teacher, a citizen with a vote. When compassion steps into harm's path, authority can awaken. Law grows a heart. Bring this into today. In a classroom, a strict policy may punish a student who is also caring for a sick parent. The rotation is fair. The outcome is not. A teacher who listens can convert rules into justice. In a company, layoffs may seem efficient on a spreadsheet. A leader who walks to the stake first, cutting executive perks before cutting jobs, turns fear into trust, and sometimes averts the cut entirely. In a community, scapegoating the voiceless is an old habit. A neighbor who stands up and says, "Take me before you take them," often stops the taking. The Jātaka also draws a careful line. Compassion is not sentimentality. The banyan deer does not beg or bargain. He decides. He absorbs the cost to shield those who cannot pay it. That clarity, not softness, moves the king. It is the firmness of a guiding hand, not the tremble of a pleading one. And the king's vow matters. Mercy is not complete until it becomes policy. A moment of feeling turns into a lasting refuge only when we change the rules. The hunting ground into a sanctuary. The procedure into a promise. The tale asks, when your heart is pierced by compassion, will you also change the way you govern the corner of your world? If you hold one image, let it be this: a golden stag standing still while every instinct screams to run. In that stillness, a human being sees himself, sets down his bow, and chooses a kinder order. That is how societies shift. One courageous refusal to let harm pass unchallenged, multiplied by the authority willing to make that refusal permanent. The banyan deer Jātaka reminds us that the strongest crown is the one that shields. Self-sacrifice, used wisely, awakens mercy in others. And when compassion leads policy, the vulnerable are not merely spared for a day, they are protected for generations. Number 12. The Vessantara Jātaka, Buddhist, modern India, Nepal, and Thailand. In one of the most famous Jātaka tales, the story of Prince Vessantara shows the meaning and the challenge of ultimate generosity. Vessantara was born into wealth and power, yet he saw no treasure greater than giving. His life became a test of how far compassion could go. He gave away his kingdom's prized, rain-bringing elephant, shared his riches without hesitation, and in time even surrendered his wife and children to those who asked. To many, his actions seemed unthinkable, reckless, even cruel. But Vessantara believed that selfless giving purified the heart and freed the soul from attachment. In the end, his family was returned, his throne restored, and his unmatched generosity was celebrated as a model for spiritual growth.
Prince Vessantara was known throughout the land for his kindness. His kingdom thrived, blessed with a great elephant whose presence brought life-giving rains. But when a neighboring country suffered drought and begged for the elephant, Vessantara did not hesitate. He gave it away. His own people were horrified. To them, this was a betrayal of duty. How could a prince give up the very source of their prosperity? Whispers grew into anger, and soon Vessantara was exiled. With his wife Madi and their 2 children, they left the palace behind and journeyed into the forest. There, in a hermitage far from the world's luxuries, they lived in simplicity. Yet even in exile, his spirit of generosity did not waver. Travelers who passed through were never turned away empty-handed. Whatever little he had, he gave. Then came the hardest test of all. A Brahmin, greedy and cunning, asked for his children as servants. It was an unthinkable request, one that pierced the heart of a father. Yet Vessantara, steady in his vow of charity, agreed. He entrusted his children to the Brahmin, believing that the path of giving must be walked without exception. Later, another petitioner came, and this time he asked for Madi, his faithful wife. Once again, Vessantara consented, surrendering even his closest companion. To those who watched, it seemed that generosity had gone too far. Was this compassion or cruelty? Was he a saint or a madman? Yet the story does not end in loss. The gods themselves intervened, recognizing the depth of his virtue. The Brahmin revealed himself as no ordinary man, but a divine figure sent to test him. His children were returned. Madi came back to his side. His people, now understanding the greatness of his sacrifice, welcomed him home. Restored to the throne, Vessantara's name was honored for generations as the embodiment of perfect charity. The Vessantara Jātaka asks us to wrestle with uncomfortable questions. How far should generosity go? Is there a point where giving ceases to be virtue and becomes neglect? The tale does not offer an easy answer. Instead, it challenges us to reflect on our own attachments, to wealth, to comfort, even to relationships. Vessantara's extreme acts are not commands for ordinary life, but symbols pointing toward the Buddhist path. Freedom from clinging, freedom from the illusion that possession equals security. Generosity as purification. By giving away what is dearest, Vessantara shows that the spirit grows lighter when freed from attachment. Social challenge.
His people's outrage reminds us that true virtue is often misunderstood, even condemned by society. Ultimate reward. Though he lost everything, in the end his family and kingdom were restored, suggesting that selfless giving leads not to ruin, but to a higher kind of abundance. Even today, the story speaks to our struggles with wealth and attachment. In a world where possessions define success, Vessantara dares us to ask, what am I holding on to so tightly that it holds me prisoner? His life suggests that generosity is not only about helping others, but about liberating oneself. Of course, few of us are called to give as radically as Vessantara, but in small ways, sharing our time, offering patience, giving without expecting return, we taste the same freedom. Each act of generosity loosens the chains of ego and invites harmony into our lives. The Vessantara Jātaka is both inspiring and unsettling. It paints a picture of generosity pushed to its furthest edge, daring us to reconsider what it means to let go. The prince who gave away everything gained something greater, a purified heart, a restored family, and a legacy of compassion that still echoes across centuries.
The lesson is clear. Selfless generosity, even when it defies social norms, has the power to transform both the giver and the world. And though we may never be called to give as much as Vessantara, every step we take toward letting go brings us closer to the wisdom he embodied.
Number 13. Pangu. In the beginning, before time had meaning, there was only chaos. It swirled endlessly in a vast, formless egg that floated in the void. Within this egg, silence reigned for millennia. And yet, deep inside, the giant Pangu slumbered, an immense being waiting for the right moment to awaken. For thousands of years he slept in perfect stillness, his breath rising and falling like distant tides, until one day, with a thunderous gasp, his eyes opened. Pangu stretched his enormous limbs, and with that motion, the egg that held the universe began to crack. He seized his mighty axe, and with a single swing, split the egg apart. From that split, yin and yang, the two eternal forces, were separated. The lighter parts floated upward, becoming the sky, while the heavier fragments sank downward, becoming the earth. But the work of creation was not so simple. Each day the sky threatened to collapse back into the earth. To keep them apart, Pangu placed himself between them. He grew taller and taller, his head pressing against the heavens, his feet planted firmly on the ground. Day by day, he stretched with the universe, ensuring that sky and earth remained apart so the world could take shape. This went on not for years, but for thousands upon thousands of years. At last, when the heavens were high and the earth was steady, Pangu had completed his labor. Exhausted, he laid himself down, and his mighty body gave way to transformation. His final breath rose as the wind and the clouds. His deep voice echoed as thunder. His eyes became the sun and the moon, casting light across the sky. His blood flowed outward, forming rivers and seas. His muscles softened into fertile soil, his bones solidified into mountains, and his hair sprouted into forests and fields. Even his sweat became the morning dew, nourishing the land. And from the smallest, most overlooked parts of him came life itself. The tiny creatures clinging to his skin were scattered across the earth, transforming into animals, great and small. Through this sacrifice, the lifeless world bloomed with rivers, valleys, trees, and living beings. From one giant's body, the entire universe was born. The myth of Pangu is among China's oldest creation stories. It explains not just how the world began, but why all things are bound together. The mountains we climb, the rivers we drink from, the wind that cools us, even the lives we live, they are all fragments of Pangu, parts of the same original being. This vision reminds us that the universe is not built from separate pieces, but from one continuous story. When Pangu split the egg, he separated yin and yang, the twin forces that hold the world in balance, light and darkness, heat and cold, earth and sky, birth and death. These are not enemies, but complements. From their harmony, the patterns of the cosmos emerge. Pangu's act was not just one of power, but of wisdom. He held these forces apart until they could sustain their own balance. And yet, creation came at a cost. Pangu's life ended so that all others could begin. His body became the very ground we walk on, his soul the rhythms of the natural world. In this myth, nothing is wasted, nothing disappears. Life continues through transformation. Seeds break open to become trees. Stars burn out, scattering elements that one day form new worlds. So too did Pangu give everything he had, so that countless other forms of life could flourish. This story carries timeless lessons. It teaches reverence for the world around us. If mountains are Pangu's bones and rivers his blood, how could we exploit them without consequence? It teaches humility. Every breath we take was once his breath, carried through clouds and winds. And it teaches compassion. If all living beings share one origin, then to harm another creature is to harm a relative, a piece of the same cosmic body. Even now, in an age of towering cities and restless change, the story of Pangu whispers an ancient truth, that all things are connected. The universe is not something outside of us, it is us. Each gust of wind carries the memory of his breath. Each star at night reflects his eyes, and every mountain peak is a reminder of his strength. Pangu's tale is both vast and intimate. It reaches across the cosmos, showing how balance, sacrifice, and transformation brought the world into being. But it also reaches into our daily lives, reminding us to live with gratitude for the land beneath our feet, to honor the waters we drink, and to care for each other as kin. In the end, the lesson is clear. Creation is never effortless. It is born of endurance, of holding balance, and of giving oneself so others may live. Just as Pangu's body became the world, so too can we shape a better world through the sacrifices we make. To honor the sky, the rivers, and the forests is to honor the giant who gave himself for them. And when we live with humility and care, we keep alive the wisdom of Pangu, the first being whose body became our home.
Number 14. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. Chinese, Modern China. born from a stone touched by the breath of heaven and earth. Sun Wukong burst into the world with blazing eyes and a fearless heart. He learned secret arts, stole the peaches of immortality, defied celestial order, and called himself equal to heaven. For this, the Buddha pinned him beneath a mountain. Centuries later, he was released to protect the monk Xuanzang on a sacred journey to bring Buddhist scriptures back to China. Along the road, Sun Wukong fought monsters, outwitted spirits, and, slowly, learned to turn his wild power toward compassion and discipline. That is the arc. A rebel who rattles the sky becomes a guardian who steadies the earth. Picture the beginning. On the flower fruit mountain, a stone egg cracks open. From it leaps a monkey with a spirit too big for the jungle. He is clever, restless, and hungry for more than ordinary life can give. He trains under immortal teachers, masters cloud somersaults that carry him thousands of miles, and earns a body steel-hard to blades and fire. He dives into the Dragon King's palace and claims a treasure fit for no one but him, the Ruyi Jinggu Bong, a golden staff that grows or shrinks with a thought, light as a needle at his ear, heavy as a mountain in his hand. With power comes pride. Sun Wukong storms heaven, crashes banquets, and takes titles by force. The celestial armies cannot hold him. Even thunderbolts only irritate him. At last, the Buddha arrives, not with thunder, but with calm. He wagers with the Monkey King. Leaping from my palm will prove your greatness. Sun Wukong rides the wind to the end of the world, tags a pillar with his graffiti, and returns laughing, only to see his mark on the Buddha's very finger. In a blink, the Buddha overturns his hand. A 5-element mountain slams down. Beneath it, the Monkey King lies trapped, fire in his chest, stone at his back, learning the first hard lesson of strength without guidance. A long time passes. Then comes Xuanzang, a monk chosen for a perilous pilgrimage to the Western lands. He seeks scriptures that can ease suffering and illuminate minds. The Bodhisattva Guanyin counsels him to free Sun Wukong on one condition: the monkey must wear a headband of restraint. At a sutra's chant, the band tightens like a ring of thought around a storming mind. Sun Wukong grimaces, then bows. He becomes the monk's protector. Now the journey begins in truth. The road is long and crowded with illusions. Fox spirits woo with false kindness. Bone demons return from ash after each defeat. River ogres, mountain fiends, and shape-shifting kings stand in the way. Sun Wukong's answer is speed, precision, and a staff that can sweep a field clear in a breath. When cunning is required, he conjures clones from his hairs, slips into disguises, or races to heaven to borrow a thunder god's help. When mercy is needed, he learns to hold his hand. At first, he solves problems the only way he trusts. Hit hard, hit fast. But Xuanzang's mission is not conquest, it is transformation. Time after time, the monk's compassion checks the monkey's fury.
The headband reminds him that obedience to a worthy aim is not weakness, it is focus. Sun Wukong begins to see the difference between glory and goodness, between winning a fight and completing a vow. Along the way, their company grows. Zhu Bajie, the gluttonous fighter with a soft heart, and Sha Wu Jing, steady as a river stone, join the group. Each has a flaw, but each has a place. Together, they are a picture of ordinary human nature. Impulse, doubt, endurance, moving toward something higher. In this fellowship, Sun Wukong's role is clear. He is the spear point when danger comes, the shield when temptation beckons, and the quick mind that keeps the mission alive. The trials never stop. A spider demon spins desire into silk. A yellow-winged monster turns dust into blindness. A false Buddha sits in a hall of mirrors. Every enemy wears a lesson. Sometimes the path demands courage, sometimes patience, sometimes the humility to admit, I need help. Each time, Sun Wukong weighs his instinct to smash against the purpose he serves. More and more, purpose wins. At last, after deserts, snows, and 100 ambushes, the pilgrims reach the Thunderclap Monastery in the west. They receive the scriptures. They return home. The journey has worked on all of them, most of all upon the Monkey King. He is still fierce, still brilliant, still himself. But his strength now answers to something greater than his pride. For his service, he is granted the title Victorious Fighting Buddha, a warrior whose battles now protect awakening rather than disrupting it. Why this story endures? Sun Wukong is the energy in all of us that refuses to be small. Left alone, that energy becomes vanity, chaos, and harm. Guided by a worthy purpose and a few wise restraints, it becomes protection, courage, and service. 3 takeaways to carry with you. 1. Power without aim is noise. Power with aim is music. 2. Discipline is not a cage. It is a key that opens the right doors and keeps the wrong ones shut. 3. Real growth keeps your fire, but changes what it burns for. If you remember one image, let it be this: a monkey leaping from cloud to cloud, golden staff flashing in the sun, not to prove he is greater than heaven, but to keep a promise that makes the world kinder. That is Sun Wukong's transformation, from loud rebellion to quiet mastery. True strength, in the end, is courage guided by discipline, devoted to a purpose beyond the self.
Number 15. Amaterasu and the Heavenly Rock Cave. Japanese, modern Japan. In the ancient Shinto tradition of Japan, the brilliance of the sun came from the goddess Amaterasu. She ruled the heavens with light that nourished the earth. But her younger brother, Susanoo, the storm god, was wild and reckless. His destruction and cruelty angered Amaterasu so deeply that she retreated into a rocky cave, sealing herself inside. The moment she vanished, the world was thrown into shadow. Crops withered, rivers dimmed, and human life trembled under endless night. The other deities,
desperate to restore balance, gathered outside the cave. They devised a plan. Instead of force, they turned to joy, ritual, and cleverness. One goddess performed a wild, rhythmic dance that made the others laugh and clap. Their laughter echoed through the mountains, and for the first time since her withdrawal, Amaterasu grew curious. She slid the stone slightly aside and peered out. There, before her, the gods held up a shining mirror. Startled, she saw a radiant face looking back at her, her own reflection, brighter than she remembered. Entranced by her own light and drawn by the sounds of celebration, she stepped out from the cave. The gods swiftly pulled the rock aside, and the sun returned to the world. Daylight washed over the land once more, and life could continue. This myth is not simply about the sun vanishing and returning. It is about community, creativity, and balance. When brute force could not solve the crisis, ritual and joy did. The gods' laughter and song worked together as a healing force, reminding us that harmony can be restored not through conflict, but through shared purpose. The mirror itself became a symbol of truth and reverence, teaching that sometimes we need to be reminded of our own brilliance to step forward. Amaterasu's retreat into darkness echoes the human experience of despair or withdrawal when the world feels overwhelming. And her return, coaxed by laughter and light, mirrors how communities can gently draw people back into connection. Susanoo's destructive nature highlights the necessity of balance. Too much chaos threatens stability, yet even chaos can be tempered when met with collective creativity. The story also carries cultural depth. The mirror used to draw Amaterasu out became one of the 3 sacred treasures of Japan, symbols of imperial authority and spiritual heritage. Through this, the myth links divine narrative to human society, weaving ritual and governance into the same thread of meaning. So what does this tale whisper to us today? That even in times of shadow, when anger, sorrow, or conflict drive away light, joy and unity can restore balance. It teaches that respect, ritual, and creativity are not trivial. They are forces strong enough to call the sun back into the sky. 3 reflections to carry with you. 1. Community heals what isolation deepens. When people work together, light can return even in the darkest hours. 2. Joy is a sacred power. Laughter, dance, and ritual are not distractions, but tools that restore balance. 3. We are drawn to our own light. Sometimes remembering our inner radiance is enough to lead us back from hiding. The tale of Amaterasu and the heavenly rock cave remains a timeless reminder. Harmony is never the work of one alone, but of many hands, many voices, and the courage to celebrate light even in darkness.
Number 16. Job and the Whirlwind. Biblical, modern Palestine. The story of Job, found in the Hebrew Bible, is one of the most profound meditations on suffering, justice, and faith ever told. Job is introduced as a man of honor, wealth, and deep devotion to God. He has 7 sons, 3 daughters, vast herds of livestock, and the admiration of his community. He is known for his integrity, so faithful that he regularly offers sacrifices on behalf of his children in case they have sinned in their hearts. To those around him, Job seems to live under the special favor of heaven. Yet beyond human sight, a challenge stirs. In the heavenly court, the adversary, often called the accuser, questions the foundation of Job's devotion. Does Job fear God for nothing? He asks. Strip away his blessings, and his faith will crumble. In response, permission is given. Job may be tested, though his life must be spared. What follows is a cascade of loss. Messengers arrive, one after another, each bearing grim news. Raiders seize his oxen and donkeys. Lightning falls from the sky, consuming his sheep. Bandits take his camels. His servants are slaughtered. And worst of all, a great wind strikes the house where his children feast together, and the building collapses. Job, who once had everything, is left with nothing but grief. Still, his ordeal deepens. His body soon breaks out in painful sores, covering him from head to toe. The man who once sat in honor now sits in ashes, scraping his skin with a shard of pottery. The image is stark. A once proud figure, reduced to misery and dust. Even his wife, overwhelmed by despair, urges him to curse God and die. Yet Job refuses, declaring, "Shall we accept good from God and not trouble?" 3 friends arrive: Eliphaz, Bildad, and Zophar. At first, they sit with him in silence for 7 days, stunned by his suffering. But when they begin to speak, their comfort turns into accusation. They insist that suffering must be punishment. Surely you have sinned, for the righteous do not suffer without cause. Their words cut deeper than his sores. Job rejects their reasoning. He maintains his innocence, and in his anguish, he raises the ancient cry. Why do the righteous suffer, while the wicked thrive? His voice is raw, demanding, almost defiant. It is the cry of countless human hearts across history. As their debates grow heated, Job longs not just for relief, but for an audience with God. He wants to plead his case before the Creator, to demand an explanation for the injustice he endures. His questions are the very ones that still haunt humanity. Where is justice when life collapses? Why must pain strike the blameless? At last, God answers, but not as Job expects. Out of a whirlwind a voice thunders, yet it is not the answer Job demanded. Instead, God draws Job's eyes outward, beyond himself, to the vastness of creation. The voice asks, "Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Can you command the morning, or walk in the depths of the sea? Do you know the wild freedom of the lion, the hawk, the untamed creatures of desert and mountain?" The message is not a direct explanation, but a revelation. Job sees that the cosmos is immense, woven with patterns and mysteries beyond human comprehension. His suffering, though real, is part of a reality far larger than he can grasp. He is reminded that he sees only fragments, while the Creator holds the whole. In the face of this vision, Job falls silent. His protests fade. He realizes that demanding answers is less important than recognizing the limits of human understanding before the grandeur of existence. In humility,
he bows, accepting that not all mysteries can be solved, but they can still be lived with. Faith. Job's fortunes are restored. His health returns, his herds multiply, and he is blessed again with sons and daughters, more beautiful than before. But the deeper gift is not his restored wealth, it is wisdom. His faith is no longer bound to prosperity. It has been refined in fire, tested in loss, and grounded in trust that endures even without explanation. The story doesn't pretend that suffering is easy or that it always makes sense. Instead, it acknowledges what we all know, that life's harshest blows often come undeserved. The lesson of Job is not that pain disappears, but that faith can survive even when answers do not come. What can we take from Job's story today? First, faith without conditions. True devotion is not a bargain struck in exchange for blessings. It is trust that remains even in loss. Second, humility before mystery. There are forces greater than our comprehension, and peace comes when we accept the limits of what we can know. Third, resilience through trust. Acceptance does not mean surrender to despair. It is the strength to endure with dignity, even when life feels unbearable. In a world that still wrestles with suffering and injustice, Job's story endures. It reminds us that we are part of a vast and intricate creation, one that cannot be reduced to simple formulas of reward and punishment. To live with faith is to live with both mystery and trust. In the end, the book of Job speaks to the hardest truth of life, that suffering may remain unexplained, but resilience grows when we choose humility over bitterness. Even in the whirlwind, faith can endure, and sometimes that endurance is itself the answer.
Number 17. The Binding of Isaac, Abrahamic, Modern Palestine. In the ancient book of Genesis, we find one of the most haunting and thought-provoking stories in the Abrahamic tradition, the Binding of Isaac. It is a story that has echoed through centuries, carried in the prayers, debates, and imaginations of countless people, because it touches the deepest questions of love, loyalty, and faith. God calls upon Abraham, a man already tested many times, and gives him a command unlike any other. Take your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and offer him as a burnt offering on a mountain I will show you. The words cut to the core. Isaac is not just Abraham's son, he is the long-awaited child of promise, the one through whom Abraham was told nations would arise. To lose him would be to lose both future and hope. Yet Abraham does not protest. He rises early in the morning, gathers wood for the sacrifice, and sets out with Isaac toward the mountain. For 3 days, father and son walk together. The silence of the journey is heavy, each step echoing with the weight of what is to come. At last, Isaac breaks the silence. He looks at the wood and the fire and asks, "Father, where is the lamb for the offering?" Abraham answers with words that are both faith and mystery. God himself will provide. When they reach the appointed place, Abraham builds an altar stone by stone. He arranges the wood carefully, then turns to his son. With hands that must have trembled, he binds Isaac and lays him on the altar. The text offers no record of Isaac's words, only silence, which makes the scene even more piercing. Then Abraham lifts the knife.
his heart torn between devotion to God and love for his child. At that very moment, a voice breaks through. An angel calls out, "Abraham, do not lay a hand on the boy. Now I know that you fear God, for you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me." Abraham looks up and sees a ram caught in the thicket by its horns. He releases Isaac, unties him, and offers the ram instead. The altar of death becomes an altar of life. This brief but powerful narrative has been told and retold for generations. For many, it represents the purest expression of faith and obedience. Abraham's willingness to surrender everything, even his beloved son, shows the depth of his trust in God's wisdom. Yet the story also stirs profound ethical questions. Can absolute obedience to the divine ever conflict with the natural instincts of compassion? How far should trust extend when it seems to demand the impossible? Across traditions, interpretations vary. In Jewish thought, the Akedah, or binding, is remembered as a symbol of devotion, and Isaac himself is sometimes seen as the willing partner in sacrifice, embodying trust alongside his father. In Christianity, the story is often read as foreshadowing the sacrifice of Christ, the beloved Son, who is not spared. In Islam, the Quran recounts a parallel story, with the son often understood to be Ishmael, highlighting both Abraham's obedience and the son's own submission to God's will. Though told in different ways, the heart of the narrative remains the same. It is about faith tested at its breaking point. The tension is what gives the story its enduring power. On one hand, Abraham is the model of obedience, willing to trust God even when reason and love scream in protest. On the other, he is a father, vulnerable and human, faced with the unbearable. The story does not resolve this tension neatly. It lets it stand, pressing its weight on every reader and listener. Beyond religion, the binding of Isaac reflects timeless human struggles. We may not be asked to sacrifice a child, but we all know moments when duty collides with love, when loyalty demands more than we feel able to give, when the path of faith or principle seems impossible to walk. The story asks, what does true devotion look like? Is it found in unquestioning surrender, in bold questioning, or in the balance between the two? It also invites reflection on mercy. The intervention of the angel shows that God does not ultimately desire Isaac's death. The test is not meant to destroy Abraham, but to reveal the depth of his devotion and to shape the faith of generations to come. In this way, the story becomes less about loss and more about transformation, less about sacrifice and more about discovering what lies at the center of trust. Even today, the tale resonates. Life still confronts us with moments that feel like mountains of testing, illness that takes away health, losses that strike without warning, responsibilities that weigh heavier than we imagined. In those times, we may hear the whisper of this story. It reminds us that faith is not always easy or comforting. It is often costly, demanding courage, patience, and the willingness to walk forward even in silence. The binding of Isaac is, ultimately, a story about the weight of belief, the cost of devotion, and the surprising presence of mercy. It reminds us that faith is not simple obedience, nor is it blind trust without thought. It is a journey that walks between surrender and compassion, between courage and humility. Thousands of years after it was first told, the story still challenges us to reflect on our own lives, on the choices we make, the loyalties we hold,
and the depth of our own trust when life tests us most.
Number 18. Anansi the Spider, West African, modern Ghana. From the rich oral traditions of West Africa comes one of the most famous trickster figures in world folklore, Anansi the Spider. Beloved by generations, Anansi is clever, mischievous, and endlessly inventive. His tales are not just entertaining, they are woven into the very fabric of culture, teaching lessons about wisdom, folly, and the curious ways of the world. In village gatherings under starlit skies, around fires that crackled into the night, stories of Anansi were told to both children and elders. With each retelling, laughter and reflection flowed together, and the spider's web of tales grew stronger. One of the best-known stories tells how Anansi longed to own all the world's stories. At that time, the stories belonged only to Nyame, the great sky god, who kept them high above, out of reach of humankind. Without them, people had no tales to explain the mysteries of life, no fables to teach lessons, no shared myths to bind their communities. When Anansi asked for them, Nyame did not give them freely. Instead, he set a near-impossible challenge. If Anansi could capture 3 fearsome creatures, a leopard with claws like knives, a swarm of angry hornets that could sting like fire, and a mighty python longer than a tree, then the stories would be his to share with humanity. The task seemed hopeless. Even the bravest hunters of the land would hesitate to face such beasts. But Anansi was not discouraged. He was small, quick, and clever, and he knew that strength alone could not win this prize. Where others might fight, he would trick. Where others might flee, he would scheme. First came the leopard. Anansi dug a deep pit and covered it with branches and leaves. When the leopard fell in, thrashing and furious, Anansi pretended to pity him. "Ah, friend, you must be so uncomfortable down there. Let me help you out." He offered to tie the leopard's legs to pull him safely from the pit. The leopard agreed, but once tied, he was helpless. He had his first prize. Next came the hornets. Anansi filled a gourd with water and poured some over his head, letting it drip as though he were drenched in rain. He approached the hornets and called out, "Quick, friends, a storm is coming. The rain will ruin your wings. Take shelter inside this dry gourd." The hornets, fooled by his trick, swarmed inside. Once they were trapped, Anansi sealed the opening with a swift hand. His second task was complete. Finally came the python, larger and more dangerous than the others combined. Anansi approached carefully, feigning admiration. "O great python, they tell me you are not as long as this palm branch here. Surely they are wrong, but I must see with my own eyes." The python, proud of his size, stretched himself out beside the branch. "See," he hissed, "I am longer than this." But Anansi shook his head. "Not unless you keep perfectly straight. Allow me to tie you here and here so I can measure properly." The python agreed, and with each tie Anansi bound him tighter, until the serpent could no longer move. His third task was complete. With all 3 captives in hand, Anansi spun a strong web and carried them up to Nyame. The sky god, astonished that such a small creature had outwitted beasts so mighty, kept his promise. He gave Anansi the treasure of stories. From that day forward,
The stories of the world no longer belonged to the heavens alone. They were entrusted to Anansi, and through him, to humanity. Anansi's triumph celebrates the power of intelligence and resourcefulness over brute strength. His tales remind us that even the smallest, or those overlooked, can prevail if they are quick-thinking and creative, but they also come with caution, for Anansi is not always noble. Sometimes he uses his cunning for selfish ends, tricking others for his own gain. The dual nature of Anansi invites us to reflect. Wit is a gift, but it is also responsibility. Cleverness can build up or tear down. It can serve the community or only oneself. For the Akan people of Ghana, and for many across West Africa and the Caribbean, where these stories traveled during the painful history of the transatlantic slave trade, storytelling itself became more than entertainment. It was a way to preserve identity, to teach lessons of resilience, and to pass on wisdom across generations. Around firesides, in fields, or in hidden gatherings, Anansi's tales kept culture alive. They turned hardship into laughter and reminded people that wit and endurance could overcome oppression. This myth asks us to reflect on deeper themes of human life. It shows that greatness is not measured in size or strength, but in creativity, adaptability, and perseverance. But it also raises questions about responsibility. How should we use our cleverness? Should it be for selfish survival or for the good of many? Anansi embodies both paths, reminding us that wisdom is not just in outsmarting others, but in choosing how our cleverness is applied. Even today, Anansi's tales remain alive. They are told in Ghana, in the Caribbean, in African American communities, and wherever people gather to share stories. They remind us that laughter is as important as logic, and imagination as powerful as any weapon. Every story carries the possibility of connection, reflection, and change. Ultimately, Anansi teaches us that cunning can outwit strength, but true wisdom lies in guiding our wit with compassion. That is why, after so many generations, the spider's web of stories still holds us in its threads, reminding us that words, woven carefully, can outlast time itself.
Number 19. Raven Steals the Light. Northwest Coast Indigenous. Modern Alaska and British Columbia. Long ago, in the traditions of the Tlingit and Haida peoples of the Pacific Northwest, the world was wrapped in unbroken darkness. The forests stood in shadow, the waters rolled black and cold, and people stumbled through life without warmth or vision. For the sun, the moon, and the stars were not free. They were hidden away, locked inside precious boxes by a powerful and selfish chief. The chief kept the light only for himself and his household, hoarding its glow while the rest of the world remained in gloom. But Raven, the clever trickster and transformer, could not bear such a world. Raven was no ordinary bird. He was a being of immense cunning, of restless curiosity, and of bold imagination. Where others saw impossibility, he saw opportunity. Where others despaired, he plotted. Raven decided that the light must be freed, that all living beings deserved to see and thrive beneath the glow of the heavens. Yet how could he approach the chief, whose treasures were guarded with suspicion? Raven devised a plan, both daring and strange. He transformed himself into the tiniest of specks, so small that no eye could notice him. Then he floated into the drinking water of the chief's daughter. When she drank, she unknowingly swallowed the speck, and from this act of magic, Raven was reborn as her child. As the chief's grandson, Raven grew quickly. He laughed with such delight that his grandfather's heart softened. He cried with such persistence that the household bent to his will. He played with such charm that no one could resist him. Over time, he asked to see the mysterious boxes that glowed faintly in the shadows. First, he begged for the box that held the stars. The chief hesitated, but what harm could it do to amuse a child? He opened the box, and the stars spilled forth, sparkling across the night sky. The world glimmered with new beauty. Next, Raven cried for the box of the moon. The chief, weary of his grandson's insistence, gave in again. When the box opened, the pale moon drifted upward, a gentle lantern to guide the night. Finally came the greatest treasure, the box of the sun. Raven's eyes gleamed, though he hid his intent behind a child's wide smile. With persistence, he wore down the chief's resistance until at last the lid was lifted. In that moment, Raven shed his disguise. With a triumphant cry, he returned to his true form. He seized the radiant orb of the sun in his beak and flew upward, his wings beating against the wind. Raven soared across the sky, scattering light where darkness had ruled. He placed the sun high above so that the earth would know warmth and day. He released the moon to calm the night, and he flung the stars in every direction, so that even the deepest darkness would be jeweled with light. What had been hoarded was now shared. What had been bound was now free. This story captures the dual nature of Raven, mischievous yet generous, deceiver yet benefactor. His trickery may unsettle, but his purpose brings blessing. He shows that cunning, when guided by vision, can achieve what brute strength cannot. He reminds us that sometimes rules must be bent, even broken, to undo selfishness and restore balance. For the Tlingit, Haida, and many other indigenous peoples of the northwest coast, Raven is more than a character in a tale. He is a cultural teacher, a figure whose actions explain both the shape of the world and the values by which to live. His theft of the light is not simply about the origins of the sun, moon, and stars. It is about generosity, about the truth that gifts are not meant to be locked away, but to be shared. Beyond its mythic imagery, this tale carries lessons that reach into our own lives. How often do we encounter people, or even systems, that keep treasures hidden, knowledge withheld, opportunities hoarded, wealth kept from those who need it most? Raven's boldness challenges us to act against such selfishness. He reminds us that true wisdom lies in unlocking blessings for all, not in clinging to them for ourselves. The story also invites reflection on transformation. Raven shifts from bird to speck, from child to trickster, from deceiver to liberator. He shows that identity is fluid, that we too must sometimes take on unexpected roles to bring light to others. In our own lives, we may need to transform, into teachers, caregivers, or even challengers of injustice, to carry brightness where there is shadow. Even today, Raven's story endures. It lives not only in indigenous communities, but wherever stories are told, reminding listeners that creativity can overcome greed, and that even the smallest trick can change the course of the world. It teaches that light, whether wisdom, compassion, or truth, shines brightest when it is shared freely.
Ultimately, the tale of Raven stealing the light is more than an origin myth. It is a vision of how cunning, courage, and compassion can work together to transform darkness into life and warmth. It tells us that selfishness may try to hoard the world's treasures, but creativity and daring can set them free. And it leaves us with a timeless truth. The light we hold is not ours alone. It is a gift meant to illuminate the path for all.
Number 20. Maui slows the sun. Polynesian, modern New Zealand and Polynesia. Long ago, the days rushed past too quickly. Fishers barely reached their nets before dark. Gardens sat half-tended. Fires were still being lit when the sun already slid from the sky. Seeing his people struggle, the demigod Maui proposed a daring plan. He would make the sun travel more slowly so everyone could live, work, and share in daylight. Maui spoke to his brothers. "If we act together, we can change this." They gathered harakeke, the strong flax of the islands, and braided it into thick ropes. All night they twisted and tightened the cords, whispering karakia for strength. At dawn's first chill, they carried the ropes to the eastern edge of the world, where the sun, Te Ra, climbs out of the darkness. They dug a pit and built a shelter of stones and branches. There they waited, silent, while the horizon glowed. When the first blazing rays burst over the rim of the world, Maui gave the signal. The brothers leapt, their ropes arcing through the air, and they snared the burning limbs of the sun. Te Ra thrashed, the ropes smoked, the ground hissed where sparks fell. Maui held fast. In his hand he carried the sacred jawbone of his ancestor, a weapon of mana and memory. He struck at the sun's fierce glare until Te Ra weakened and the ropes held firm. Then Maui spoke. "Your path is too swift. People cannot fish, cannot plant, cannot teach their children. Move more slowly and let the day be long enough for life." Beaten, but not broken, the sun agreed. Released from the ropes, Te Ra climbed again, this time with steadier steps across the sky. The shadows shortened more gently. The sea shone longer. From that day forward, the people had time to tend their work, to rest, and to gather together before night returned. This is the heart of the Maori and wider Polynesian story of Maui slowing the sun, a tale of ingenuity joined with courage and of a community acting as one. Maui does not win by brute force alone. He studies the problem, seeks help, prepares carefully, and uses what the land provides: the flax for ropes, the wisdom of ancestors, the strength of family. The sun is not destroyed, it is persuaded and bound to a new rhythm that serves all. The story honors many values at once. It celebrates inventiveness, showing that problems that feel cosmic can yield to a clever, well-planned approach. It honors collective effort because Maui's plan succeeds only when his brothers commit their strength beside his. It respects ancestry and knowledge, symbolized in the jawbone weapon and the chants woven into those ropes. and it speaks to leadership that is accountable to the needs of the people, not to pride or spectacle. Like many Polynesian traditions, this myth is also a map of the natural world. It explains why the days are long enough to fish, to farm, and to share food. It marks the relationship between humans and the elements, not as a war to be won, but as a negotiation to be held with courage and humility. Te Ra remains powerful. Maui does not claim the sky. He asks the sun to consider the lives beneath it, and he insists until balance is restored. Listen more closely, and other themes appear. The ropes of flax remind us that knowledge grows from the land and from patient craft. The brothers' hidden shelter teaches restraint and timing. The struggle with Te Ra shows that even just causes demand resilience when the world pulls against us. And the final agreement points to a kind of justice that seeks repair rather than revenge. For a modern audience, the lesson feels surprisingly practical. Some challenges seem as immovable as the sun's daily sprint, but this story suggests a path. Gather your people, study the pattern, make tools from what you have, and act together at the right moment. Collaboration is not a slogan here. It is the difference between watching the day vanish and giving the day back to everyone. It also offers a gentle caution. Power achieved without purpose burns out. Maui's victory is meaningful because it serves the community. He is brave, yes, and sometimes mischievous in other tales, but in this one, he uses his daring to create time. Time to work, time to rest, time to teach and be taught. The best use of strength is to widen the daylight so others can thrive within it. Across Polynesia, stories of Maui adapt to different shores, yet the pattern endures. Human cleverness meeting the vastness of nature, not to conquer it completely, but to shape a livable rhythm. The tale carries the cadence of the ocean and the wind across reefs, reminding listeners that wisdom is often communal and that courage grows when we stand side by side. So when the morning light lingers and the evening does not rush us away, remember the ropes that smoked at the edge of the world, the brothers who pulled together, and the demigod who spoke for ordinary people. Maui slowed the sun so that days could hold our work and our laughter. His story invites us to do the same in our own lives, to face impossible problems with imagination, to seek help without shame, and to aim our efforts toward the common good. In the end, the gift of this myth is clear. Courage and collaboration can change the pace of the world. Ingenuity, guided by care for others, can turn scorching struggle into steady light. And daylight, once shared, becomes more than brightness in the sky. It becomes time enough for everyone.
Number 21. Persephone and Demeter. Greek, modern Greece. From the ancient fields of Greece comes the tale of Persephone and her mother, Demeter, goddess of the harvest. Persephone, radiant in the innocence of youth, wandered through meadows where wildflowers swayed like waves under the warm sun. She laughed as she gathered blossoms, violets, lilies, and roses, her arms overflowing with color and fragrance. The earth itself seemed to delight in her joy. Demeter, watching from afar, poured her love into the land, ensuring her daughter lived in a world of plenty. Every golden stalk of wheat, every ripening fig and grape was touched by the goddess's devotion. The seasons were generous, and humankind flourished under her care.
Yet fate often waits where beauty is greatest. One day, Persephone's eyes fell upon a blossom more radiant than all the rest, glowing with an otherworldly light. She reached out, but the ground trembled beneath her feet. A fissure split the meadow, and from its depths thundered a chariot drawn by black, snorting steeds. Upon it stood Hades, lord of the underworld, his cloak darker than midnight. Enchanted by Persephone's brilliance, he seized her swiftly, carrying her down into the shadowed realm. The flowers she held fell from her grasp, their petals scattering like tears upon the soil. When Demeter discovered her absence, her heart grew cold. She roamed the world in anguish, searching mountains and valleys, oceans and forests, calling Persephone's name until her voice cracked with despair. She lit torches to pierce the night, seeking her child by land and sea. Yet no answer came. Her grief was so vast that the earth reflected it. Fertile fields withered, trees shed their leaves, and hunger spread like a shadow across the land. Rivers slowed, animals starved, and even the birds fell silent, their songs swallowed by sorrow. Mortals prayed desperately, but Demeter, consumed by loss, withdrew her gifts of life. The cries of starving humanity reached Olympus. Zeus, king of the gods, looked upon the suffering world and knew something must be done. He sent Hermes, swift-footed messenger, to descend into the depths of Hades' realm. Hermes carried Zeus's decree: Persephone must be returned for the survival of mortals and the honor of the gods. Hades, stern yet bound by divine law, agreed on one condition. Persephone would be free only if she had not eaten of the food of the dead. But in the gloom of the underworld, Persephone had tasted 6 shimmering seeds of a pomegranate. Their ruby juice stained her lips, and by consuming them, she was forever bound to Hades' world. A perfect release was no longer possible. Thus, a compromise was struck. Persephone would spend 6 months of the year in the underworld with Hades, as queen beside his throne. The other 6, she would rise to the surface, to the open sky, to the arms of her mother. And so the balance of life was born. When Persephone returned each spring, blossoms awoke, rivers quickened, and grain ripened golden in the fields. When she descended once more in autumn, Demeter's grief returned, and the world grew barren, waiting in silence for her daughter's return. This tale, though born in myth, explains more than the turning of the seasons. It reflects the rhythm of human life itself. Demeter's anguish is the sorrow of every parent who must watch a child step into adulthood, leaving behind the simplicity of youth. Persephone's journey into darkness and her return to light mirrors our own path through change, stepping from innocence into responsibility, from safety into the unknown, and then emerging renewed. The myth also teaches balance. No one's desire was fully met. Hades longed for love, Demeter for her child, humankind for survival. Yet through compromise, life continued. The lesson endures, that perfect solutions are rare, and often what sustains us is balance, not victory. Love, too, sometimes means letting go, even when the heart resists. Persephone's dual existence whispers to us of inevitability, that endings and beginnings are woven together. Just as winter hides the seed of spring, our darkest days carry within them the quiet preparation for renewal. Her tale comforts us in our own winters of grief or loneliness, reminding us that light will return. Like Demeter, we must wait with patience. Like Persephone, we must walk through shadow to find the sun again. This Greek myth, tender and timeless, assures us across the centuries, sorrow will not last forever. Absence is followed by reunion, and every loss carries within it the promise of return. The world, in its endless cycles, teaches us what this story has always known, that renewal is never far away, and love, though tested, endures.
Number 22. Orpheus and Eurydice. Greek, modern Greece. In the myths of Greece, Orpheus was gifted with music so enchanting that even stones would weep. His melodies could calm wild beasts, soften the hearts of kings, and make rivers pause in their flow. When his fingers touched the lyre, the air itself seemed to shimmer with harmony. He loved Eurydice, a woman whose beauty was matched only by her gentle spirit. Her laughter gave rhythm to his songs, and her presence filled his heart with unshakable joy.
To those who saw them together, their happiness seemed as endless and unchanging as the sky itself. But fate is often sudden and merciless. One summer's day, Eurydice wandered barefoot through a meadow, the scent of wildflowers heavy in the breeze. As she reached for a blossom, a serpent hidden among the reeds struck her ankle. The venom coursed swiftly through her, and before her companions could help, Eurydice collapsed upon the grass. Her final breath left her lips like a sigh, and the meadow grew silent. Orpheus arrived too late. When he saw her lifeless form, the world seemed to crack open. His music, once radiant, fell mute. The lyre hung at his side like a broken wing. He could not accept a world without her. Night after night he wept beneath the stars until his sorrow drove him to a decision both desperate and brave. He would descend into the underworld itself and plead for her return. With nothing but his music as his guide, Orpheus journeyed to the entrance of Hades' realm, a place where mortals were not meant to tread. He crossed the river Styx, where the souls of the dead drifted like pale mist. Even Charon, the grim ferryman, paused at the sound of his song and granted him passage. The three-headed guardian Cerberus, whose growls could shake mountains, lay down peacefully as the gentle notes wrapped around him like a lullaby. Through caverns of shadow Orpheus walked, his music echoing in halls of silence, until at last he stood in the throne room of Hades and Persephone. There, before the rulers of the dead, he poured out his grief in melody. His fingers danced across the strings, and his voice carried a song so full of love and longing that even the shades forgot their lamentations. The sound touched everything, the dark pillars, the black soil, the very air of the underworld. Persephone's eyes softened, and even Hades, stern and unyielding, felt the stir of compassion. Tears glistened on faces that had long forgotten the taste of sorrow. At last Hades spoke. He would grant Orpheus a chance.
Eurydice could return with him to the living world. But there was one condition. Orpheus must not look back at her until they had both reached the surface. If he faltered, she would be lost forever. Orpheus agreed, though his heart trembled like a string pulled too tight. So began their ascent. The path upward twisted like a labyrinth, and the air grew heavy with silence. Orpheus walked ahead, clutching his lyre, straining to hear the soft footsteps of Eurydice behind him. Each step felt stretched into eternity. Doubts whispered in his mind. Was she truly there? Could this be some cruel trick of the gods? The tunnel seemed endless, and his faith wavered with every moment. Fear gnawed at his promise. At last, a faint light appeared ahead, the glow of the living world. But as it grew brighter, so too did his doubt. Just a few steps more, he thought. Yet suspicion overcame him. He turned. For the briefest instant, their eyes met. Eurydice's face tender, forgiving, full of love. But the law of the underworld is inexorable. She reached out to him, and then her form dissolved like smoke in a gust of wind. Her voice echoed faintly, and then she was gone. Orpheus stretched out his arms, but they closed on emptiness. The path to her was barred forever. This myth confronts us with the delicate bond between trust and impatience. Orpheus had been given a condition clear as sunlight, yet his fear outweighed his faith. His love for Eurydice was unquestionable, but love alone could not steady his heart. How often in our own lives do we act from doubt instead of trust? How often do we grasp at certainty when what is required is patience? Orpheus returned to the mortal world alone. His lyre, once a fountain of joy, now poured forth only sorrow. He sang songs so haunting that forests wept, mountains trembled, and rivers overflowed. Even the gods turned their ears to his lament, for his grief was unending. His life, too, ended tragically, yet his music never faded. It became woven into the fabric of human memory, echoing in every story of love and loss that followed. The tale of Orpheus and Eurydice endures because it speaks to the truths of the heart. It reminds us that love, however powerful, is also fragile. It teaches us that patience and trust are sometimes the deepest expressions of care, and it whispers that not everything precious can be held by force. Some things must be carried in memory, cherished but not possessed. When we remember this myth, we remember that every step in love is a balance between holding on and letting go, between fear and faith. Orpheus and Eurydice show us that love can defy even death, yet it also teaches us to accept what cannot be changed. Their story lingers like a song in the night, reminding us that even in loss, beauty remains, and that music, like love, never truly dies.
Number 23. The Children of Lir. Celtic, modern Ireland. On the misty shores of ancient Ireland there lived a noble king named Lir. His kingdom stretched across lakes and valleys where morning fog lingered like a veil, and the cries of wild birds echoed through the hills. But for Lir, the true treasure of his life was not his land or wealth. It was his 4 children, Fionnuala, Ead, Fiachra, and Conn. Their laughter was like sunlight in the stone halls of his home, their joy like music drifting across the waters. After the death of Lir's first wife, grief hung heavy over the household, until Lir married again. His new wife, Ife, was outwardly kind, yet inside her heart, envy took root. At first, Aifa tried to hide her jealousy. She smiled when the children played, she joined in their feasts, she walked with them by the lakeside. But each day she watched the deep love between Lear and his children, and it gnawed at her spirit. She began to feel invisible, excluded from the warmth of their bond. What began as unease grew into bitterness, and bitterness hardened into hatred. She told herself that if the children were gone, she would finally hold Lear's heart. One morning, Aifa asked the children to join her on a journey, promising a pleasant ride to the shimmering waters of a nearby lake. The children, trusting and innocent, followed her happily. But when they reached the shore, Aifa's face turned cold. She raised a wand of druidic power, her eyes burning with envy, and spoke words of ancient magic. A terrible spell flowed from her lips. In a flash, the children's arms became wings, their bodies stretched into elegant white forms, and their voices turned into mournful song. They had been transformed into swans. Their human beauty was gone, though Aifa granted them one small mercy. They would keep their minds and their speech so they could remember who they were. The curse was cruel. For 900 years they would wander, 300 on their home lake, 300 on the stormy Sea of Moyle, and 300 on the waters near the Isle of Inis Glora. With this, Aifa left them, believing she had secured her place beside Lear. Life as swans was harsh. On their home lake, they watched seasons pass in endless circles. They floated through bitter winters when ice froze upon their feathers, and through summers when the reeds swayed gently in the breeze. Though their bodies had changed, their love for one another did not. Fionola, the eldest, became a motherly figure, wrapping her wings around her brothers when storms raged. At night, she soothed them with stories of their father and the gardens where they once played as children. When their time on the lake ended, they were driven to the Sea of Moyle, a place of violent storms between Ireland and Scotland. Here the waves rose like mountains, crashing against them without mercy. The winds howled, and icy waters threatened to tear them apart. Yet they clung together, wing to wing, never abandoning one another. Sailors who passed by would sometimes hear their cries carried on the wind. Their voices, though mournful, had a haunting beauty that drew tears from hardened men. Some said the sea itself grew calmer when their songs rose above the crashing waves. Centuries turned into centuries. Kingdoms rose and fell. The children saw new tribes come to Ireland, new rulers seize power, new cultures leave their mark upon the land. Yet still they endured. When their final 300 years came, they settled by the Isle of Inis Glora. The waters there were calmer, and though the loneliness weighed heavy, they kept singing, songs of memory, loss, and love. Their music became part of the land itself, whispered through reeds and carried by winds. Then, as their final years drew to a close, a change came to Ireland. A new faith spread across the island. Bells rang from small wooden churches, and their sound drifted across the sea. The swans, weary but hopeful, followed the sound of one such bell to the shore. There they met a kind monk named Caemog, who had heard tales of enchanted swans from old stories. When he saw them, he recognized the truth of their sorrow. Kemog blessed them in the name of his faith, and in that moment the ancient curse shattered. Their feathers fell away, and their human forms returned. But 900 years had passed, and time weighed heavily upon them. They were no longer children, but frail and aged, their bodies bent, their skin lined. They only had moments left. Fumola, Aod, Fiacra, and Khan lay down together, arms entwined, and with one last breath, they left the world united, just as they had endured it, together. The story of the children of Lir is more than a fairy tale. It is a meditation on time's passage, on resilience, and on the unbreakable bonds of family. For 900 years they endured storms, cold, and loss, yet their love never wavered. Their suffering did not make them cruel. Instead, they sang, turning pain into beauty that touched all who heard it. This myth also reflects the contrast between constancy and change. While the world transformed, while new rulers came and new faiths spread, the siblings' loyalty remained unshaken. Their endurance is a reminder that while circumstances may shift, the deepest bonds of love can outlast centuries. In our own lives, we too face trials that may feel endless. We encounter winters of hardship and moments when the future seems uncertain. Yet like the swan children, we can hold to one another, carry hope in our hearts, and find beauty even in sorrow. Their song across the waters becomes a metaphor for our own resilience, the idea that even in suffering, what we share with others can sustain us. The children of Lir whisper across time that love is stronger than envy, that loyalty outlives cruelty, and that even the longest hardship cannot erase the power of memory and song. As their voices once carried across Ireland's waters, so too do their lessons carry into our lives, urging us to endure, to hope, and above all, to stay faithful to those we love.
Number 24. Cuchulainn and the Cattle Raid of Cooley, Celtic, Modern Ireland. In the age of heroes in Ireland, a storm of ambition gathered across the land. Queen Mebh of Connacht, proud and fierce, coveted the great brown bull of Cooley, a beast whose strength and fame could elevate her power above all rivals. Her desire was not just for wealth, but for dominance, and it stirred her armies into motion. Rivalries long simmering now flared into open war. The kingdom of Ulster, guardians of the bull, faced invasion. But the timing was cruel. A mysterious curse had struck down the men of Ulster, leaving warriors and chieftains alike writhing in weakness. Their spears lay idle, their shields useless. Only one remained to stand against the tide, a young champion named Cuchulainn. Though still in his youth, he had been trained by both warriors and gods, his body honed in discipline, and his spirit sharpened by trials beyond mortal measure. Cuchulainn was small in stature, not the towering figure one might expect of a hero, yet his heart was fierce, and his will unshakable. When he entered battle, he was seized by a terrifying transformation known as the warp spasm. His body contorted in unnatural ways. His muscles swelled with feral strength. His hair stood upright like blazing spears, and his single eye glowed with the fury of a firebrand. In this frenzy, he became a force of nature, more beast than man, more storm than flesh. Alone he rose to meet the invading forces. Rather than allow Connacht's armies to sweep unhindered across Ulster, Cuchulainn demanded single combat at every ford and every crossing. Warrior after warrior stepped forward, eager to claim his head, and warrior after warrior fell. His spear struck with the swiftness of lightning, his shield rang like thunder, and the rivers themselves seemed to tremble at the clash. In this way, he slowed an entire army by his own courage. Yet even the greatest victories carried a cost. Among those who came against him was Ferdiad, his foster brother and dearest friend, a man bound to the opposing side by duty and honor. The two embraced before battle, weeping for what fate demanded of them. Then they fought on the ford for 3 days, their combat so fierce that the waters turned red with their blood. They shattered spears, broke shields, and pressed each other to the edge of death again and again. At last, Cuchulainn struck the fatal blow. Ferdiad fell, and the hero caught him in his arms. His grief poured out in laments so piercing that their echoes still linger in the poems of Ireland. The clash of duty and love left scars no weapon could carve. Through cunning, endurance, and the terrible strength of his will, Cuchulainn held back Meb's invasion. He delayed her long enough that the men of Ulster recovered from their curse and rose once more to defend their land. The tide turned, and Connacht's forces retreated. Victory belonged to Ulster, and the great bull remained in Cooley. But for Cuchulainn, triumph was shadowed by sorrow. He had saved his people, but at the cost of his own peace. In later tales, his destiny led him into battles against coalitions of enemies who sought revenge. Even when mortally wounded, he refused to fall. Binding himself to a standing stone with his own entrails, he faced his foes upright, unyielding. For 3 days he stood, defiant even in death. His enemies dared not approach until a raven, the bird of death, perched upon his shoulder, signaling that the great hero's spirit had departed.
The cattle raid of Cooley is both an adventure of valor and a meditation on the weight of loyalty. Cuchulainn's courage saved his people, but his path was lined with grief. His strength was not only in his combat, but in the humanity he never abandoned. He loved, he mourned, and he bore the unbearable. His story reminds us that heroism is not a cold triumph over fear or feeling. It is the willingness to act while still carrying those feelings. In our lives, we may never face armies on a battlefield, but we do face choices where principle collides with personal bonds. Sometimes we must stand firm for what is right, even when it costs us dearly. Cuchulainn's tale asks us, what are we willing to sacrifice for loyalty, for honor, for the protection of others? It also teaches that courage is not the absence of pain, but the strength to endure it.
The legend endures because it captures the fullness of humanity, bravery and sorrow, triumph and loss.
Cuchulainn reminds us that true greatness is not found in power alone, but in the depth of feeling and the weight of sacrifice. His story still whispers across the hills of Ireland that honor carries a price, that loyalty demands strength, and that even in death, courage stands tall.
Number 25. Sedna, Mother of the Sea. Inuit, modern Canada and Greenland.
In the vast and frozen expanse of the Arctic, where the horizon is a line of ice and sky, Inuit elders tell of Sedna, the Mother of the Sea. The story begins not in her power, but in her youth. Sedna was a young woman, strong-willed and independent. Suitors came to her father's house with offerings of furs, oil, and food. They promised safety, warmth, and honor. Yet Sedna turned them all away. She loved the sound of the wind over snow more than the chatter of men, and she felt no rush to marry. But her father grew impatient, scolding her for her stubbornness, for in their world every marriage was also an alliance, every match a promise of survival. One day a stranger came. He was wrapped in fine feathers, his voice low and sweet, his words painted with visions of a faraway island. He spoke of endless birds, of soft down for bedding, of plentiful meat, and a life free of want. Weary of her father's constant reproach, and perhaps tempted by dreams of freedom, Sedna agreed to go. At first, the journey felt like escape, but once they reached the island, the truth revealed itself. The man was no man at all, but a fulmar, a seabird spirit cloaked in feathers. His island was not lush, but bare, a sharp rock surrounded by endless waves. There was no warmth, no comfort, no bounty, only hunger, cold, and the cries of seabirds overhead. Sedna realized she had been deceived. Days turned to nights, and misery weighed upon her. From the cliffs she looked out to sea, her voice rising in sorrow, carried by the wind. Her cries reached her father. Regret filled him, and he paddled his kayak across the dark waters to rescue her. He found her waiting on the rock, thin and weary, and he lifted her into the boat. Together, they turned toward home. But the fulmar was not willing to let her go. With a shriek, he summoned his kin. A great flock filled the sky, their wings beating like thunder. Their cries pierced the air, and with them came a storm. Waves rose as if mountains had awakened from the sea. The little kayak pitched and buckled, spray stinging their eyes. Her father's courage faltered. In desperation to save himself, he pushed Sedna into the freezing water. Sedna clung to the boat's edge, her fingers white with cold, her grip unyielding. She cried out to him, but terror ruled his heart. He drew his knife and struck. One by one, her fingers slipped away, cut into the sea. With each severed piece, the waters shifted. Her fingers transformed into seals, walruses, and whales, animals that would one day sustain her people. At last, her father freed himself. But Sedna sank, betrayed and broken, into the dark below. Yet her story did not end in silence. In the depths of the ocean, she became more than human. She grew powerful, her hair long and wild, her presence vast as the waters themselves. She became Sedna, Mother of the Sea, ruler of the creatures born from her sacrifice. To this day, hunters depend on her. When they show respect, she opens her hand, releasing whales and seals. When they take without gratitude, when they kill without care, Sedna withholds her bounty. The sea grows barren, and hunger returns to the shore. Shamans tell of their journeys to her realm. They travel in spirit to the ocean's floor, where Sedna sits with her hair tangled by grief. They comb it gently, soothing her anger, and in this act of care she forgives and restores balance. It is a sacred reminder that even power born of pain responds to kindness and respect. Sedna's story is raw and unsettling. It is a tale of betrayal by those meant to protect, of deception by those who promise too much, and of transformation through suffering. Her father's desperate act echoes with the guilt of every person who takes more than they should from nature. Her fingers becoming the animals is both a creation story and a reminder that sustenance is never free. It comes at a cost. The myth also carries deep lessons. Creation often emerges from sacrifice, and survival depends on reciprocity. For the Inuit, the story teaches proper conduct, to honor the animals, to respect the sea, to never take without gratitude. For us, far from those icy waters, Sedna still speaks. She warns of greed, of deceit, of forgetting our ties to the earth. Her tale also mirrors human life. We all face storms when betrayal and fear surround us. In those moments, do we protect ourselves at any cost, or do we remember our bonds? Sedna's father chose survival over love, and that choice echoes through her wrath. Yet out of her pain came abundance, and from her loss came life for her people. Sedna remains fierce and wounded, watching from the depths. Her story ripples outward like waves across water, reminding us that every action carries consequence. The sea provides, but only when met with respect. And so her myth endures, as both a warning and a blessing, a call to humility, a call to gratitude, and a reminder that even in betrayal, transformation can bring forth life.
Number 26. The Rainbow Serpent, Aboriginal Australian, Modern Australia. In the dream time, before time itself began, the world was silent and still. The land was flat, without form or feature. The sky pressed heavily upon the earth, and the waters that would one day nourish life were hidden far underground. The world waited, empty and sleeping.
Then the rainbow serpent stirred. From its slumber it awoke, stretching its vast, glittering body. Its scales shimmered with every color, glowing like the arc of light after a storm. As the serpent rose and began to move, the earth shifted beneath its weight. It slithered across the barren ground, and wherever it passed, deep channels formed. These furrows filled with water, becoming rivers that wound through the land. When the serpent coiled and twisted, mountains rose up and valleys sank low. Lakes and billabongs appeared where it had rested. With every motion, the empty world was shaped into a living country. Life followed in its path. Green plants sprouted where the serpent's belly had brushed the earth, spreading into forests, grasses, and flowers. The first animals emerged, filling the air with cries and the land with tracks. Finally, people rose from the earth itself, children of the land awakened by the serpent's creative power. But the rainbow serpent was more than a creator. It was a teacher and a lawgiver. It showed the people how to live with the country that had given them life. It taught them how to hunt with balance, to share food, to care for one another, and above all, to respect the land and water. The law it gave was not written in books or carved in stone. It was sung, danced, and told in stories, passed from elders to children. This was the beginning of culture, the weaving of people into the land. The serpent's power was vast. In some stories, it brought the rain that refreshed the land and kept rivers flowing. In others, it was a stern guardian, swallowing those who broke its law or forgot their duties. Its scales shimmered in the storm, its voice rumbled in thunder, and its movement was felt in the rush of floodwaters. In every corner of the land, its presence could be sensed, in the smallest waterhole, in the bending of trees, in the arc of colors that bridged the sky after rainfall. When the land grew parched under the sun, the rainbow serpent would retreat underground, curling itself in caverns beneath the surface. Waterholes became sacred places, entrances to its hidden home. To keep life in balance, people honored these places with ceremony. They sang the songs that remembered the serpent's journey. They painted its form on rock. They danced the movements of its body. In doing so, they renewed the world, keeping creation alive in every generation. The rainbow serpent's story is not a single tale, but a tapestry of many threads, told across countless Aboriginal nations of Australia. In some regions, the serpent is spoken of as male, in others as female, and in others still as both. Some stories describe it as gentle and protective, others as fierce and punishing. Yet across all, it carries the same truth. It embodies creation and destruction, fertility and law, the beginning and the sustaining of life. Its myth is inseparable from the land itself. To the people, the mountains are not just rocks, but the ridges of the serpent's body. The rivers are its tracks, the waterholes its resting places. The land is alive because it is the body of the ancestors. To respect the country is to respect oneself, for the people and the land are bound together by story, by law, by memory. For those of us who live far from the dream time, the story still carries lessons. It asks us to reconsider our relationship with the world around us. Do we see rivers as mere resources, or as living threads that connect us to something greater? Do we treat the ground as empty soil, or do we recognize that it holds ancient memories, shaped by forces far older than our lives? The rainbow serpent reminds us that creation is not finished, it is ongoing. Each action we take either honors or disrupts the balance of the world. Its colors arch across the sky after rain, a reminder of promise, of connection, of responsibility. It calls us to tread carefully, to honor the patterns of nature, and to remember that we are part of a story that began long before us and will continue long after us. The rainbow serpent is not only a tale of beginnings, it is a map of belonging,
a law of respect, and a vision of the living bond between humans and the land. Its story endures because it is sung not just in words, but in the rivers that flow, the rocks that rise, and the rainbows that light the sky.
Number 27. The Hero Twins. Mayan, modern Guatemala. In the sacred book of the Maya, the Popol Vuh, there is a tale of two extraordinary brothers, Hunahpu and Xbalanque. They were the sons of a goddess and the nephews of two earlier heroes who had once journeyed into the underworld, Xibalba. Those first brothers had faced the lords of death but were undone by deception, tricked by cruel trials, and slain. Their failure left unfinished business, and their memory lingered like an open wound. Into this inheritance stepped the hero twins, gifted with courage, cunning, and the will to succeed where their uncles had fallen. From a young age, Hunahpu and Xbalanque revealed their talent for the sacred ball game, a sport central to Mayan life. It was played not with hands, but with hips and thighs, keeping a heavy rubber ball always in motion. To watch them play was to see harmony and rhythm woven into motion, every strike like the beating of cosmic drums. Their game was more than play, it echoed the very order of the heavens, the dance of sun, moon, and stars. But their laughter and the thudding of the ball rang loudly through the forests, and the echoes reached Xibalba. The lords of the underworld, rulers of darkness and decay, heard the sound and bristled. Their realm thrived on fear and silence, not joy and play. Angered, they summoned the brothers to their domain, hoping to humiliate, trap, and destroy them as they had their uncles. Hunahpu and Xbalanque knew the risk. Xibalba was a place of shadows, of endless tricks, where the path itself was a test. But they accepted the summons, not with blind courage, but with trust in their wits and in the lessons passed down by their ancestors. As they entered Xibalba, they encountered trial after trial, each house of torment designed to break them. In the house of darkness, they were meant to stumble and perish, but they lit the way with fireflies hidden in torches. In the house of razors, where blades lined every wall, they spoke to the knives, persuading them not to harm them. In the house of cold, they shivered through a night of frost, kept alive by the warmth of hidden feathers. In the house of jaguars, they tamed the beasts with bones offered as food. In the house of fire, they endured the flames, their resolution stronger than pain. Each ordeal revealed the brothers' gift. They saw through deception, turning traps into opportunities. They listened to the whispers of animals, remembered the warnings of their father, and stayed alert to every trick. What destroyed their uncles became stepping stones for them. At last, they faced the lords on the ball court of Xibalba. But this was no ordinary court. The ground itself was treacherous, with hidden blades and spikes waiting for missteps. The lords tried to cheat, replacing the ball with a deadly weapon, rigging the rules in their favor. Yet the hero twins matched trick with trick. They moved with grace, answering every deceit with cleverness of their own. Where the lords expected fear, the brothers brought joy. Where the lords dealt cruelty, the brothers responded with playfulness. Desperate, the lords demanded their sacrifice. Hunahpu was slain, his head cut off and cast into a calabash tree. Yet even in death, his spirit could not be silenced. The tree blossomed with fruit shaped like his head, spreading his essence into the world. Spallanzé, left alone, did not despair. With the aid of magic, animals, and the bond that death could not sever, he revived his brother. United once more, they devised a final trick. Disguised as poor dancers and entertainers, they returned to Xibalba in humble guise. They performed miraculous feats before the lords, leaping into fire and emerging unharmed, cutting themselves apart and rising again whole. Their acts delighted and confused the rulers, who begged to learn the secret of resurrection. The brothers agreed, but when they beheaded the lords, they did not restore them. In that moment, Hunahpu and Spallanzé triumphed. The power of death itself was humbled by creativity, resilience, and wit. With their victory, the curse on their family was lifted. The brothers ascended beyond the underworld. In the sky, Hunahpu took his place as the sun, and Spallanzé as the moon, together illuminating the world, forever chasing and balancing one another. Their story became not only myth, but cosmic order, inscribed in the daily cycle of light and darkness. For us today, the myth carries encouragement in the face of trials that seem overwhelming. We may not enter houses of blades or jaguars, but we face hardships that test our patience, courage, and resourcefulness. The hero twins remind us that cleverness and perseverance can overcome oppressive forces, that joy can be a shield against fear, and that, even in the darkest places, light can return. Their story teaches us the cost of victory. Hunahpu's death, even if temporary, shows that sacrifice is often part of transformation. New life emerges from darkness, just as the moon rises after night. The hero twins embody the truth that play and creativity are not mere distractions, but profound tools of survival and liberation. Their legend endures because it is not just about gods or heroes, it is about us. It tells us that resilience, imagination, and brotherhood can turn fear into freedom. In their laughter, in their courage, in their cunning, Hunahpu and Spallanzé teach us that even when the world is set against us, there is always a path forward, always a chance to rise again.
Number 28. Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca, Aztec, modern Mexico. In the Aztec tradition, the universe was not made once and for all, but was shaped and reshaped through cycles of creation and destruction. At the center of these cosmic dramas stood two powerful deities, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, and Tezcatlipoca, the god of night, sorcery, and hidden power. Though they were brothers, they were also rivals. Together, they fashioned the world, yet their visions diverged. Quetzalcoatl leaned toward compassion, wisdom, and renewal. Tezcatlipoca embodied unpredictability, challenge, and force. Their interplay became the pulse of the universe itself, order and chaos in an eternal dance. According to one account, when the world was formless and void, the two gods transformed into enormous serpents. They descended upon a primordial monster known as Cipactli, a creature part crocodile, part fish, part toad, whose body floated in the chaos. With tremendous force, they tore it apart. From its body, they shaped the earth and sky. Its back became the mountains, its blood the rivers, its skin the fertile fields, and its breath the winds. The world as humans know it began in this act of violent creation.
life born from struggle. From there, the cycles of the suns unfolded. In the first age, Tezcatlipoca ruled as the sun. During this time, the earth was inhabited by giants who roamed across mountains and valleys. But Tezcatlipoca's rule ended in anger. Struck down from the sky, he fell into darkness, and giant jaguars were unleashed, devouring the people of that world. Quetzalcoatl then rose as the second sun, bringing gentler light. Yet Tezcatlipoca's jealousy stirred. With a mighty wind, he swept the world, toppling trees and blowing away people who were transformed into monkeys and scattered into the forests. Balance gave way to rivalry, and another age was lost. The third sun rose, but it ended in fire raining down from the heavens. The fourth sun followed, but torrents of water drowned it, and the people were changed into fish. Each age carried destruction, yet each one also prepared the way for renewal. The cycle of suns revealed a truth. No world is eternal. All things pass into shadow before light returns. At last, the gods convened to create the fifth sun, the one that shines today. Yet to give it motion required sacrifice. Around a great fire, the gods gathered, waiting for one to step forward. Proud Tezcatlipoca, adorned with jewels, hesitated. He longed for glory, but feared the flames. Then Nanahutzin, a humble god covered in sores, rose quietly. Without hesitation, he leapt into the fire, offering himself. His body blazed, and he became the sun. Only then, ashamed, did Tezcatlipoca leap after him, becoming the moon. But the sun hung motionless in the sky. It would not travel its course. The gods realized that one sacrifice was not enough. All had to give. They pierced their flesh and spilled their blood upon the earth, setting the sun in motion. Its daily journey was bound to the reciprocity of life, light sustained by sacrifice, motion upheld by offering. Quetzalcoatl's compassion shines again in his creation of humanity. After the fall of previous eras, he descended into Mictlan, the underworld, to retrieve the bones of those who had died before. Tezcatlipoca sought to stop him, sending obstacles and traps, but Quetzalcoatl persisted. He stumbled, he bled, yet he carried the bones back to the world of the living. There he ground them into dust, and with his own blood he gave them life again. Humans were reborn, children of both death and divine sacrifice. The rivalry of Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca never ceased. Their temperaments pulled against each other, light and shadow, wisdom and cunning, patience and fury. Yet without that tension, the universe would stagnate. In their struggle, creation found its rhythm. This myth speaks of the necessity of cooperation, even between opposites. Creation often arises not only from harmony, but from conflict transformed into balance. The destruction of earlier suns is not simply a warning of doom, but a reminder of renewal. Worlds end, but new ones begin. The gods' sacrifice to set the sun in motion teaches reciprocity. Nothing moves forward without giving something in return. For the Aztecs, this truth became ritual. They believed that the sun required nourishment, offerings of blood, to keep the cosmos alive. Life depended on exchange, not possession. In a modern context, the story invites reflection on our own world. We live, like the fifth sun,
in an era both fragile and precious. What sustains our world today? What sacrifices are we willing to make to keep life in balance? The tale asks us whether we act like Jātaka, hesitant and proud, or like Nunahutsen, humble yet willing to give. It also encourages us to see conflict not only as violence, but as movement. Opposing forces, reason and instinct, tradition and change, order and chaos, can spark creation. Just as Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca clashed yet built worlds together, so too can our disagreements, if transformed, lead to growth. The dance of the feathered serpent and the shadowed mirror reminds us that existence is woven from both reason and mystery. The rainbow of Quetzalcoatl and the darkness of Tezcatlipoca are not enemies to be destroyed, but forces to be balanced. Their story endures as a vision of creation that is never finished, a reminder that life itself is both fragile and eternal, born of struggle, yet sustained by sacrifice.
Number 29. Obatala and the Creation of Humans. Yoruba, modern Nigeria. In Yoruba cosmology, the supreme god, Olodumare, reigns above all, entrusting the shaping of the world to the Orishas, divine spirits who embody forces of nature and aspects of life. Among them was Obatala, revered for his wisdom, patience, and compassion. Gentle in spirit and dressed in white, he was seen as a bringer of clarity and balance. One day, Olodumare gave him a sacred task: to descend from the heavens and shape beings who could live upon the earth. To aid him, Olodumare provided sacred tools: a golden chain to lower himself from the sky, a snail shell filled with rich soil, a white hen with spreading claws, and a palm nut full of life. Obatala accepted the charge with reverence, determined to bring forth a world worthy of habitation. He lowered himself along the golden chain, descending from the bright realm of heaven into the endless waters below. All that stretched before him was a vast ocean, restless and without form. Standing upon the waves, he poured the soil from the snail shell into the water. The white hen scratched at it, scattering the grains far and wide, and the soil spread outward to form solid ground. Hills and valleys appeared. Where the earth rose, rivers parted. Where the hen scratched deepest, fertile plains emerged. Obatala planted the palm nut into the new soil, and soon it sprouted, growing into a towering tree. From this palm came the promise of food, drink, and shelter, the beginnings of a living world. Birds perched on its branches, winds whistled through its leaves, and shade stretched across the fresh land. Yet though the earth was fertile and green, it was silent. No voices echoed across its hills. Loneliness weighed upon Obatala. Desiring companions for the land, he shaped figures from the clay at his feet. He mixed the earth with water from a nearby pool and molded it carefully, giving form to arms, legs, faces, and bodies. With each sculpture, he imagined life breathing into them. But shaping figures from clay was slow and tiring work. His hands ached and his spirit grew weary.
In his exhaustion, Obatala saw palm wine offered in calabashes. Its sweetness tempted him. He drank, and the warmth spread through his body, lifting his weariness. But one cup led to another, and soon he was intoxicated. His hands no longer moved with precision. The clay slipped and wavered beneath his fingers. Some figures emerged with curved backs, twisted limbs, or features unlike the others. In his inebriated state, he continued, unaware of what he was creating. When Obatala awoke, the haze of palm wine lifted, and he looked upon his work. Horror filled him. Some figures were smooth and symmetrical, but others bore marks of his unsteady hand. He wept, realizing his mistake. Immediately, he vowed never to drink again. Out of his sorrow came a pledge of responsibility. He would devote himself to protecting and honoring those who bore the shapes formed in his moment of weakness. Obatala carried the figures to Olodumare, who, with a breath of divine life, animated them. The clay warmed, eyes opened, lungs filled with air, and humans came into being. They rose in many forms, some tall and strong, others small or frail, some with bodies curved or limbs different from the rest. Yet all shared the spark of life. Olodumare did not rebuke Obatala for his error. Instead, he affirmed the creation. Diversity, he declared, was part of the world's design. He appointed Obatala as the patron and protector of those who were physically different. From that day, Obatala carried this responsibility with pride. He taught the people that every body is sacred, that no form is less valuable than another, and that differences are signs of divine variety, not shame. The myth carries a profound lesson. It teaches that diversity is not a punishment, but part of creation's richness. Obatala's mistake did not lead to rejection, but to care. His willingness to take responsibility transformed error into compassion. The story reminds us that even gods are fallible, yet greatness lies in how they respond to their shortcomings. Obatala did not hide his fault. He embraced it, turning it into a vow of service. For us, the myth offers humility. We are reminded that perfection is not required to bring good into the world. Mistakes do not erase worth. They can become opportunities for growth, responsibility, and care. The story also promotes inclusion, urging communities to recognize the sacredness of every life, regardless of shape or strength. Those who might otherwise be marginalized are, in Yoruba thought, under the special guardianship of a compassionate Orisha. The Yoruba continue to honor Obatala with white cloth, pure as his spirit, and kola nuts in offering. His worship emphasizes respect for elders, for peace, and for those who live quietly and gently. In a world that often prizes uniformity and conformity, Obatala whispers another truth, that beauty lies in variety, that every body tells a story, and that every story deserves dignity. The myth endures because it speaks across time. It is not only a story of gods and creation, but also a reminder of how we should live with one another. It tells us that in our diversity lies strength,
that compassion can turn mistakes into blessings, and that each of us carries within us the clay and breath of the divine.
Number 30. White Buffalo Woman, Lakota, modern United States. On the vast, rolling plains of North America, where tall grasses sway like waves under the wind, the Lakota people tell of a time when a sacred visitor came among them. The land was parched by drought, rivers ran low, the ground cracked, and the herds of buffalo, the lifeblood of the people, had vanished. The tribe grew hungry, and their spirits grew heavy. In this time of need, 2 young men were sent out to search for game. As they walked, they saw a figure in the distance. At first they thought it was another person, but as she drew closer, they realized she was unlike anyone they had ever seen. Her form glowed in the sunlight. She was wrapped in shining white, radiant as fresh snow under the morning sun. Her very presence filled the air with stillness. One of the men felt awe and reverence, but the other was overcome by lustful thoughts. Ignoring the sacred energy around her, he stepped forward with desire and disrespect. In that moment, a mist enveloped him. When the mist cleared, only his bones remained, bleached on the prairie. The sacred cannot be approached with selfishness. The second man trembled. He bowed his head, lifted his hands, and offered tobacco, a gesture of humility and respect. The woman accepted his offering. She told him he had acted rightly, honoring what was sacred. She instructed him to return to his people and prepare for her arrival. The young man hurried back to camp, his heart filled with both fear and wonder. The elders listened, and together the people erected a great lodge to welcome her. The next day, the woman arrived carrying a sacred bundle. She introduced herself as Patessa Wing, the White Buffalo Woman. Sitting among the people, she unwrapped the bundle and revealed a sacred pipe. She taught them that this pipe was a gift connecting heaven, earth, animals, and people. Smoke rising from it would carry prayers upward to the Creator, while the breath exhaled through it would spread outward, weaving a web of kinship across all creation. She then taught the Lakota 7 sacred ceremonies. These included the Sweat Lodge, a ritual of purification; the Vision Quest, a time of solitude and prayer to seek guidance; the Naming Ceremony, where children received their identities; the Keeping of the Spirit, honoring those who had passed, and others that ensured balance within families and tribes. Each ceremony, she explained, was a way to live in harmony with the Creator, with the land, and with one another. Her teachings reminded the people that gratitude and balance were not optional. They were the very heart of survival. When her time with the Lakota was ending, she promised she would return. She said that when the earth was troubled and the people had lost their way, she would come again in the form of a white buffalo calf to restore hope and harmony. With those words, she began to walk away. The people followed her with their eyes as she grew smaller against the horizon. Then, before them, she transformed into a white buffalo, pure and radiant. In that instant, the herds of buffalo returned to the plains, and with them came food, clothing, and renewal. The famine was over, and the people rejoiced. The story of White Buffalo Woman is both a gift and a responsibility.
It teaches that sacred knowledge must be approached with humility. The man who approached her with lust was destroyed, while the man who showed respect received wisdom. Her pipe was not merely an object, but a covenant, a reminder that humans are bound to the world around them, and that breath, smoke, and prayer join all beings together in one circle of life. In the modern world, the birth of a white buffalo calf is still seen as a sacred sign. Such events are rare, and when they occur, they are honored as reminders of the promise of renewal. They signal that the world still holds the possibility of healing, even in troubled times. The myth also invites reflection beyond the Lakota plains. It challenges us to ask, how do we approach the sacred in our own lives? Do we come with greed, trying to take for ourselves, or with gratitude, offering respect for what sustains us? The 7 ceremonies she gave emphasize community, mindfulness, and reverence. They show that spirituality is not only found in grand visions, but in daily practices of respect, sharing food, caring for one another, honoring the earth. White Buffalo Woman's lesson is enduring. She reminds us that balance must be maintained, that gratitude is an act of survival, and that every prayer, every breath, is part of a greater web of life. The white buffalo may not walk before us today as it did on the open plains, but its spirit lives on in how we treat each other and how we walk upon the earth. The Lakota still honor her teachings, and her story continues to ripple outward, offering wisdom to all who listen. It is a call to humility, a call to gratitude, and a reminder that harmony with the world is not something we inherit, it is something we must choose every day.
Number 31. Susanoo and the Eight-Headed Serpent. Japanese. Modern Japan. In Japanese mythology, Susanoo, the storm god, was banished from the heavens for his reckless and disruptive behavior. He had caused chaos in the celestial realm, angering even his sister, the radiant sun goddess Amaterasu. Cast down from above, he wandered the earth in search of meaning and redemption. His travels eventually brought him to the misty land of Izumo, where rivers wound through the valleys and ancient forests whispered with the voices of spirits. By the riverbank, Susanoo encountered an elderly couple, their faces worn with sorrow. Beside them stood their daughter, Kushinada Hime, her beauty like the morning dew on a lotus flower. The couple wept as they explained their plight. Each year, a monstrous serpent, Yamata no Orochi, with 8 heads and 8 tails, descended upon their home. Its enormous body stretched across mountains and valleys, its red eyes blazing like torches. Each year, one of their daughters was sacrificed to satisfy its hunger. 7 had already been devoured. Now only Kushinada Hime remained, trembling with fear at the thought of her fate. Susanoo's heart, once restless and wild, was stirred by their grief. Perhaps he saw in this moment a chance to redeem his past. Perhaps he was moved simply by compassion. Whatever the reason, he resolved to help. To protect the maiden, he transformed Kushinada into a comb and gently placed her in his hair, keeping her close yet hidden from the serpent's gaze. Then he turned to the couple with a plan. Brew your strongest sake, a drink so powerful even the gods might stagger. Prepare 8 vats and place them along the path where Orochi comes. Obediently, the old couple carried out his instructions, their hands shaking, but their hearts hopeful. The night grew heavy, and soon the earth trembled. From the dark horizon, Yamata no Orochi slithered forth. Its 8 heads writhed, each one hissing, its vast body crushing trees and gouging the ground as it moved. The air reeked of smoke and blood. Yet as the serpent reached the vats, it paused. The rich scent of the sake drifted upward, irresistible. One by one, the great heads dipped into the vats, greedily drinking. The serpent gorged itself until the vats were empty. Its movements slowed, its heads swayed drunkenly, and at last its massive body collapsed, overcome by intoxication. Susanoo seized the moment. Drawing forth his mighty 10-spoked sword, he struck. His blade flashed again and again, cleaving through scales as hard as iron. One head fell, then another, until the earth shook with the serpent's death throes. When he split open the creature's 4th tail, his sword rang against something unyielding. Curious, he cut deeper. To his astonishment, within the serpent's flesh lay a gleaming treasure, a sword of divine brilliance. This was Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the grass-cutting sword, a weapon destined to become one of the 3 imperial regalia of Japan. Susanoo, recognizing its significance, later presented the sword to Amaterasu, seeking peace with the sister he had wronged. It was both a gift and an apology, a bridge mending their fractured bond. With Kushinada restored from comb to woman, Susanoo built a palace in Izumo. There he took her as his bride, and the land blossomed with fertility and joy. Through this union, Susanoo, once a god of storms and discord, became remembered also as a protector and husband. The tale of Yamata no Orochi is more than just the slaying of a monster. It is a story of transformation. Susanoo, once cast out for his arrogance, earned redemption through courage and compassion. He did not rush blindly into battle, but studied the serpent's nature, using its weakness to create an opportunity. His victory reminds us that wisdom and preparation can triumph over brute force. The hidden treasure within the serpent carries its own lesson. Often it is within our greatest struggles that we uncover gifts we never expected: strength, resilience, and clarity. Just as Susanoo found Kusanagi within Orochi, we may find our own treasures within hardship. There is also meaning in the offering of sake. The serpent was not defeated directly by the sword, but first weakened by patience, foresight, and offering. In life, our battles are rarely won by strength alone. Sometimes the key lies in understanding, in disarming danger before it strikes, and in setting the stage for a victory that seems impossible. For the Japanese people, the regalia, including Kusanagi no Tsurugi, symbolize divine authority and the sacred connection between the gods and the imperial line. Yet even beyond Japan, the myth resonates as a timeless reminder. No matter how chaotic our past, redemption is possible. No matter how fearsome the challenge, strategy and compassion can prevail. And perhaps the most enduring truth,
Within the very heart of our struggles lie treasures waiting to be discovered, if only we are brave enough to face them.
Number 32. The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. Chinese, modern China. High in the heavens, where silver clouds drift endlessly, Zunu, the weaver girl, spent her days weaving the fabric of the sky. With threads of light she embroidered the rosy blush of dawn and the soft purples of dusk. Her artistry clothed the heavens in beauty, but her life was bound by duty. As a daughter of the Jade Emperor, she was expected to work tirelessly, leaving little time for joy or companionship. Far below, on earth, lived Nilong, a humble cowherd. His days were simple, spent tending to his small herd and speaking to his only companion, an old ox. Though poor, Nilong was gentle and kind, living quietly in harmony with the fields and streams around him. Yet his solitude weighed heavily on him. One day, the ox revealed a secret. It was no ordinary animal, but once a star punished to live among humans. The ox told Nilong of a hidden lake where 7 heavenly maidens bathed, leaving their robes on the shore. If you go there, the ox said, you will see them. Among them is Zhenu, the most skilled and beautiful of all. She is destined to change your life. Curious, Nilong went to the lake. There, in the crystal-clear water, 7 sisters splashed and laughed, their voices ringing like bells. On the shore lay their shimmering robes woven from celestial light. Among the maidens, Nilong's eyes fell on Zhenu, and his heart stirred with love. Encouraged by the ox, he took her robe. When the sisters rose from the water, 6 donned their garments and ascended to the sky. But Zhenu could not. She stood on the shore, radiant and vulnerable.
When Niu Lang stepped forward, he did not force her, but spoke with gentleness. He returned the robe, confessing his love. To his surprise, Zhenu felt a spark of affection as well. Tired of endless weaving and longing to know life beyond duty, she chose to stay. They were married, and their love blossomed quietly, without grandeur. Zhenu, once skilled only in weaving celestial cloth, now learned to cook, to sow seeds, and to cradle her children. Their small home rang with laughter, and their fields flourished under their care. But joy in heaven rarely goes unnoticed. The Jade Emperor discovered Zhenu's absence. When he learned that his daughter had married a mortal and abandoned her heavenly task, his wrath was swift. Love, in his eyes, had disrupted the order of the cosmos. Soldiers descended to bring her back. Zhenu wept as she was taken, clutching her children until she could no longer. Niu Lang, desperate, looked to his ox. The faithful creature, nearing the end of its life, offered its final gift. "Take my hide," it said, "and you may reach the heavens." With sorrow, Niu Lang obeyed. Wrapping the hide around himself and his children, he rose into the sky, soaring after Zhenu.
For a brief shining moment, husband and wife nearly touched hands. But the Queen Mother of the West, fearing that heaven's order would unravel, pulled a golden hairpin from her hair. With a sweep, she scratched a line across the heavens. Instantly, a glittering river of stars surged forth, the Milky Way. It stretched endlessly between Niu Lang and Ji Nu, separating them. Their cries of grief echoed across the night sky. Yet even the gods were not unmoved by their sorrow. Moved by their love, magpies gathered from all corners of the earth. Once a year, on the 7th night of the 7th lunar month, they form a living bridge across the Milky Way. On that night, Niu Lang and Ji Nu reunite, their children clinging to them, their joy as vast as their tears. Though their time is fleeting, it is enough to sustain them until the next meeting. This ancient story is honored today as the Qixi festival in China. On that night, lovers look to the heavens, hoping for clear skies so that the magpies can gather. If it rains, some say it is the tears of the separated lovers falling to earth. The tale reminds people that love, no matter how pure, is often tested by distance, duty, and circumstance. But woven into the sorrow is resilience. Ji Nu, though torn from her life on earth, never ceases to love. Niu Lang, though mortal, dared to chase the heavens. Their devotion bridges even the vast Milky Way. The magpies symbolize the kindness of the world, showing that when love is true, even nature and heaven itself conspire to help. The story also speaks to us today. Many know the pain of separation. Lovers in long-distance relationships, families divided by migration, partners caught between work and home. The myth whispers that distance need not mean despair. With patience, sacrifice, and steadfast hearts, even impossible divides can be crossed. It also carries a quieter lesson, the balance between duty and desire. Ji Nu's choice to love cost her her station, while Niu Lang's devotion led him to challenge the heavens. The Jade Emperor's anger reflects the weight of responsibility. Yet the Bridge of Magpies teaches that love and duty need not always destroy each other. There can be moments of harmony, even if only once a year. When we look at the stars, we might see not only a river of light, but also a reminder of the bridges we must build in our own lives, between work and love, between what is required of us and what our hearts long for. Like Niu Lang and Ji Nu, we may not always live with those we cherish, but we can treasure the time we do have, however brief. The cowherd and the weaver girl remain fixed in the sky, their story shining across generations. And as long as people look upward with hope, the magpies will gather, and love will endure.
Number 33. Nua Mends the Sky. Chinese, Modern China. Long ago, when the world was still young, the heavens rested on great pillars that held up the sky. But one day, the pillars cracked. The balance between heaven and earth shattered. Fires raged across the land, scorching forests and plains. Waters broke free from their courses and drowned valleys and villages.
Mountains toppled, rivers overflowed, and the earth shook violently. The world trembled as chaos threatened to swallow everything. Animals fled in terror, people cried out in despair, and the order of the cosmos seemed lost. In this dark hour, the goddess Nuwa stepped forward. She was no stranger to humanity's struggles. It was she who had once shaped the first humans out of yellow clay, molding their bodies with her hands and breathing life into them. They were her children, and she could not bear to see them destroyed. Determined to save creation, Nuwa began a journey across the earth. She searched for materials strong enough to mend the torn sky. At the edges of the world, she found stones of 5 sacred colors: white for purity, black for mystery, red for vitality, blue for wisdom, and yellow for the earth itself. Each color carried its own strength, and together they held the power of harmony. Nuwa gathered the stones and built a furnace so vast that its flames touched the clouds. For days and nights she worked without rest, melting the stones until they glowed with molten brilliance. The earth shook with the heat, and rivers of fire ran from the furnace. At last, she carried the glowing mixture up to the broken sky. With hands steady but scarred, she patched the cracks with the molten stone. The colors swirled and fused, hardening into clouds of strange hues. Where the tears had been, shimmering arcs of color spread across the heavens, giving birth to the first rainbow. The world, once gray with despair, was now touched with the promise of light. But her task was far from finished. Though the sky was patched, the world below remained in chaos. Waters still surged violently, fires still consumed villages, and storms still ravaged the land. Nuwa knew that to truly save her creation, she had to restore balance on every front. She turned to the rivers, where a great black dragon twisted through the waves, stirring floods wherever it went. Its scales gleamed like obsidian, and its roar drowned out the cries of the people. Nuwa confronted the beast, and after a mighty struggle she subdued it, binding its power so that the waters calmed. Next she faced the collapsing heavens. Without the pillars, the world tilted dangerously, threatening to crush all beneath it. Nuwa hunted a colossal turtle whose shell was as ancient as the seas. With reverence and sorrow, she slew the turtle and took its 4 legs. Planting them at the 4 corners of the earth, she propped up the heavens once more, ensuring that the sky would never again fall so easily. The fires remained, consuming forests and fields. To smother them, Nuwa piled reeds and ashes, creating barriers that choked the flames. Her hands blistered from heat, and her face grew black with soot. Yet she did not stop. Every breath she took was heavy, every step exhausting, but she continued until the earth grew calm, the floods receded, and the sky stood firm. When her work was done, the world was whole again. Nuwa, weary but resolute, returned to her people. She did not claim glory, but instead taught them lessons drawn from her struggle: how to mend what is broken, how to adapt when the world shifts, and how to persevere even when the task seems endless. Her story became a reminder that when disaster strikes, it is not enough to watch or hope. One must act. Nuwa's tale is not only a myth of cosmic repair, but also a guide to resilience. The 5 colored stones suggest that solutions come not from sameness, but from diversity, different strengths working together. The turtle's legs, used to uphold the heavens, teach us that sometimes we must take what we have, even if unexpected, and turn it into support. The subdued dragon reminds us that chaos can be harnessed, not just destroyed. In our lives, we too encounter chaos. Personal losses, environmental crises, societal upheavals. At times, these feel as overwhelming as a cracked sky. Like Nua, we may feel small against such vast disorder. Yet her myth teaches that determination, creativity, and patience can mend even the greatest fractures. Healing may leave us tired, scarred, or burned, but the result, a restored balance, is worth the effort. The rainbow born from Nua's repair remains her promise to humanity. It tells us that even after storms, light will return. Every arc across the sky is a reminder of her sacrifice and her love for creation. It is also a message to us that beauty can emerge from repair, and that fractures once healed might shine with colors brighter than before. Nua's hands, smeared with ash and scarred by fire, remind us to lift our own hands when the world around us falters, to gather our own colored stones, our talents, our communities, our courage, and to begin the work of mending. Her story endures not just as an explanation of the rainbow or the balance of the heavens, but as a call to action. When the sky breaks, do not wait for another to repair it. Step forward.
Number 34. Dangun, the First King, Korean, modern Korea. Korea's origin myth begins not on earth, but in the heavenly realm. Hwanin, ruler of the skies, watched over both the heavens and the earth below. His son, Hwanung, gazed often at the world of humans. He saw them struggling to survive, ignorant of farming, vulnerable to disease, without laws to guide their lives. His heart stirred with compassion. He longed to descend and bring wisdom to the people. With his father's blessing, Hwanung descended from the sky, carrying 3 sacred seals of authority, and accompanied by 3,000 heavenly followers. He chose Mount Taebaek as the place to establish a sacred city, a meeting ground between heaven and earth. There, he founded a divine court. From this place, he governed with benevolence, teaching humans agriculture so they could cultivate the land, medicine so they could heal the sick, and laws so they could live in harmony. Under his care, the scattered people began to thrive. Not far from the sacred city lived 2 creatures, a tiger and a bear. They admired humanity and longed to become human themselves. Day after day, they prayed to Hwanung for this transformation. At last, he answered. He gave them a trial, 20 cloves of garlic and a bundle of mugwort, herbs both strong and cleansing. Eat only these, he commanded, and remain in a dark cave for 100 days. If you endure, your wish shall be granted. The tiger and the bear entered the cave together. At first, they resisted the hunger, the silence, and the heavy smell of herbs. But soon the tiger grew restless. It prowled the cave, its eyes flashing with impatience. On the 20th day,
Unable to bear the darkness and monotony, the tiger leapt from the cave and abandoned the trial, forfeiting its chance to change. The bear, however, remained. She endured the endless night and the bitter taste of garlic and mugwort. Her body weakened, but her resolve grew stronger. On the 21st day, her patience was rewarded. The darkness lifted, and the bear was transformed into a woman. Ungyo, the bear woman. She stepped out of the cave, breathing deeply of the fresh air, her prayers answered. Though grateful, she felt sorrow, for she had no family. She longed for a child to care for, and prayed once more. Hwanung, moved by her sincerity, took her as his wife. From their union, a son was born, Dungun Wangum, whose name means Prince of the Altar of Heaven. Dungun grew into a man of wisdom and strength. By the age of 50, he had gathered the people and established the first Korean kingdom, Gojoseon. He built his capital at Pyongyang, where he taught culture, ethics, and rights. Under his guidance, the people developed identity and order. Fields were tilled, traditions were formed, and justice was upheld. His reign lasted for many centuries, and when his time ended, he did not vanish. Instead, he ascended into the mountains, becoming a divine guardian spirit, watching over his people from the peaks. The story of Dungun is rich in meaning. The tiger and the bear are symbols of choice, one leaping out too soon, the other waiting with patience. The cave represents hardship, the kind we face when change demands sacrifice. Garlic and mugwort, with their sharp scent, symbolize purification and discipline. The bear's transformation into a woman shows that endurance can remake us entirely, shaping us into something higher. Hwanung's descent bridges heaven and earth, suggesting that divine wisdom can meet human need. His union with the bear woman represents the blending of the natural and the spiritual. From that harmony came Dungun, a figure embodying both worlds, heavenly lineage and earthly perseverance. For Koreans, Dungun is more than a distant ancestor. He is a symbol of nationhood and identity, a reminder that the roots of the Korean people lie in resilience, transformation, and divine blessing. His story is remembered in festivals, altars, and monuments, binding people together in shared heritage. But the lessons reach beyond Korea. The myth reminds us that real transformation requires patience. We often long for change, but like the tiger, we may be tempted to abandon the process too soon. The bear teaches that enduring discomfort with faith can lead to profound renewal. The cave, dark and silent, is also a place of growth, much like the inner struggles we face in life. In our own journeys, the garlic and mugwort may symbolize challenges that purify us, discipline, sacrifice, or difficult choices. To eat them willingly is to commit to transformation. To stay in the cave is to remain steadfast in trial. Only then do we emerge renewed. Dungun's kingdom, born of this union and perseverance, reminds us that great beginnings often arise from humble trials. From darkness, patience, and faith, a nation was formed. And from his story, we are invited to reflect on our own endurance, our own transformations, and the ways we might bridge the distance between our struggles and our aspirations.
Number 35. Romulus and Remus. Roman, modern Italy. In the heart of Latium, near the winding river Tiber, two infant twins were born under unusual and fateful circumstances. Their mother, Rhea Silvia, was a Vestal virgin sworn to chastity. Yet the god of war, Mars, became their father, and so the twins' very birth was divine and dangerous. Their uncle, King Amulius, feared the prophecy that the boys would grow and one day overthrow him. To prevent this, he ordered the newborns drowned in the Tiber. But fate is often stronger than fear. A servant, unable to kill the innocent children, placed them gently in a cradle and set them adrift. The river, swollen but merciful, carried them downstream and left them safely on the muddy bank beneath the shade of fig trees. It was there that destiny revealed itself. A she-wolf, hearing their cries, approached. Instead of devouring them, she lowered herself and with her milk she nursed the helpless infants. Her amber eyes were watchful, her body protective. By her side came a woodpecker, sacred to Mars, who fed them berries and insects. Thus nature itself conspired to save the forsaken children. Time passed, and a shepherd named Faustulus discovered the strange sight of wolf and boys together. Amazed, he gathered the twins and brought them home. His wife, Laurentia, welcomed them with open arms. Some say Laurentia herself was called Lupa, meaning she-wolf, a name given to women of ill repute, which gave rise to the tale of the wolf's nurture. Either way, Romulus and Remus grew under their care, strong in body and spirit. The twins thrived in the wild hills. They led bands of herdsmen, hunted game, and showed remarkable leadership. Their bond was fierce, unbreakable, forged in both hardship and love. Yet destiny called them higher. As young men, they uncovered the truth of their birth. They were sons of Mars, grandsons of Numitor, and rightful heirs to Alba Longa. Together, they raised men to their cause, overthrew their usurping uncle, and restored their grandfather Numitor to his throne. But their story did not end there. With fire in their hearts, they sought to build a new city of their own, near the place where the she-wolf had cared for them. Here, brotherly love gave way to rivalry. Each wanted to be the founder, the one whose name would live forever. To decide, they turned to the heavens for omens. Remus stood upon the Aventine hill and saw 6 vultures circling above. Romulus, on the Palatine, soon saw 12. Was it the first sighting that mattered, or the greater number? The argument grew fierce. The tension reached its peak when Remus mocked his brother's work. As Romulus marked the boundary of his city, Remus leapt over the low wall, laughing at its weakness. In that moment, anger and pride overcame Romulus. He struck his brother down. The earth was silent as Remus fell lifeless. Romulus buried Remus with sorrow, yet the weight of his action could not be undone. Alone, he pressed forward, naming the city Roma after himself. From its very birth, Rome carried the burden of fratricide, brothers' blood in its soil. Yet it also carried the ambition of gods and the endurance of orphans saved by beasts. Romulus built his city with vision. He opened its gates to exiles, fugitives, and wanderers, creating a diverse population of outcasts and dreamers. To bind them, he established laws, a senate of elders, and sacred rituals. But the city had one flaw. It lacked women. Seeking to secure Rome's future, Romulus invited the neighboring Sabines to a festival, only for his men to seize their daughters. This event,
remembered as the Rape of the Sabines, was violent and controversial, yet through later reconciliation and intermarriage, it forged unity between peoples. Rome became stronger, though its foundation bore both glory and shame. Romulus ruled for many years, his authority unquestioned. Then, on the field of Mars, as he reviewed his troops, a sudden storm enveloped him. Thunder roared, lightning flashed. And when the storm cleared, Romulus was gone. Some say the senators killed him in secret, but the people believed he had ascended into the heavens, deified as Quirinus, protector of Rome. The myth of Romulus and Remus is one of love and rivalry, nurture and violence, destiny and loss. It confronts the painful truth that many beginnings are marked by blood. Rome, destined for greatness, was born through the death of a brother. Its founder carried both divine favor and human flaw. The she-wolf's care speaks of unexpected compassion, showing that even the wild can nurture the weak. The quarrel of the brothers warns of ambition unchecked, where desire for glory can eclipse loyalty. The city's openness to refugees reveals Rome's strength in diversity, while the Sabine episode reminds us that unity can emerge from conflict, though not without cost. For us, the myth invites reflection. What foundations do we build upon? What sacrifices and conflicts lie hidden in the stories of our own families, communities, and nations? Can we honor the forces that nurtured us, while also acknowledging the shadows of rivalry and violence that may have shaped us? Romulus and Remus remind us that greatness often walks hand in hand with tragedy. To understand the full weight of our beginnings, we must face both pride and guilt, both light and shadow. And like the Romans who embraced this tale, we may find wisdom in remembering that ambition without love can destroy what is most precious. But ambition guided by vision can build something enduring.
Number 36. King Arthur and the Sword in the Stone. Arthurian, modern United Kingdom. In the years after Rome withdrew its legions from Britain, the land was fractured. Warring lords carved out their own territories. Saxon raiders pressed from the east, and the people longed for a leader who could bring order. Out of this uncertainty, a strange wonder appeared in a London churchyard. There stood a stone, and in it was fixed a shining sword. On the blade, carved into ancient letters, was a prophecy. Whoso pulleth out this sword of this stone and anvil is rightwise king born of all England. The challenge was clear, yet impossible. One by one, knights and noblemen, lords of renown and warriors famed for strength, attempted to free the sword. They tugged until their hands bled, strained until their faces flushed, yet the sword did not move. Days turned into months, and still no man could claim it. Arthur at this time was no king, no knight, not even aware of his lineage. He was a young squire, fostered by Sir Ector and raised alongside his foster brother, Sir Kay. His tasks were humble: grooming horses, polishing armor, carrying weapons. Though unnoticed by many, he performed each duty faithfully, never complaining, always eager to serve. On New Year's Day, a great tournament was held, drawing nobles from across the land. Sir Kay prepared to compete, only to realize he had forgotten his sword. Flustered, he turned to Arthur. "Run quickly," he said, "and fetch my blade, or I shall miss my chance." Arthur hurried, but when he reached their lodgings, the door was locked.
In desperation, he looked about and saw the churchyard with the strange stone. The sword stood gleaming, almost inviting. Thinking only to help his brother, Arthur approached. Without ceremony, without testing his strength, he wrapped his hand around the hilt. To his surprise, it slid free, as though it had been waiting for him. The weight was steady in his grasp, the blade shining with quiet authority. He ran to Kay and gave him the sword. At first, Kay proudly claimed to have drawn it, but when Sir Ector pressed him, he confessed the truth. They returned to the stone together. Arthur replaced the sword, then drew it again effortlessly, while lords and knights looked on in disbelief. Whispers spread quickly. Could it be the boy? Skeptics tried again, each failing in turn. At last, on Candlemas, the clergy, nobles, and commoners gathered to witness. Arthur stepped forward once more. With calm hands, he pulled the sword from the stone before all. A silence fell, then swelled into cries of wonder. Some resisted, unwilling to bend the knee to a youth of unknown standing. Yet more voices rose in support, sensing divine will in the boy's unassuming strength. It was then that Merlin, the wise enchanter, revealed the hidden truth. Arthur was not merely a foster child. He was the son of Uther Pendragon, born of Igraine, conceived under enchantment, and hidden for his safety. His drawing of the sword was not chance, but destiny. Arthur, though young, accepted the weight of his calling with humility. He forgave Kay's moment of falsehood and pledged himself to justice. As king, Arthur began to shape Britain anew. He welcomed refugees, forged alliances, and gathered loyal knights. From his vision came the Round Table, where all sat as equals, no head above another. Here men of different lands and tempers swore to uphold honor and defend the weak. For a time, under Arthur's rule, Britain knew peace and unity unknown for generations. The tale of the sword in the stone speaks not only to destiny, but also to character. Arthur did not seek greatness, he sought only to serve. His worthiness was proven in an act of simple loyalty, fetching a sword for his brother. Unlike the proud nobles who strained with ambition, Arthur's strength lay in humility and sincerity. The sword yielded to him because he bore no arrogance, only integrity. There is wisdom here for us. We often measure worth by rank, wealth, or reputation. Yet the myth suggests that true authority flows from honesty, courage, and service. Arthur's greatness came not from grasping power, but from being chosen precisely because he did not crave it. The Round Table itself offers a vision still inspiring today. A circle, without hierarchy, where voices meet as equals. Though Arthur's reign was not free of betrayal and tragedy, the ideal endures. That leadership should serve, not dominate. That fairness and unity are possible when pride is set aside. For us, the image of a boy drawing a sword where countless men failed reminds us that greatness often emerges from unexpected places. True destiny may not lie in what we reach for, but in what we are ready to hold when the moment comes. And like Arthur, we too may discover that humility, patience, and quiet service are the foundations of lasting strength.
Number 37. Rama and the Golden Deer. Hindu, Modern India.
The Ramayana, one of the great epics in India, tells of Rama, prince of Ayodhya. Rama was more than a prince. He was the earthly incarnation of Lord Vishnu, come to restore balance and dharma to the world. Yet his life was marked not by privilege, but by trial. Through palace intrigue and the jealousy of a stepmother, he was exiled for 14 years. Accepting his fate with grace and humility, Rama left the royal court and went into the forest. Beside him went his devoted wife, Sita, and his loyal brother, Lakshmana. In the forest they lived simply, surrounded by trees, sages, and the hum of nature. They built huts from branches and leaves, fetched water from streams, and shared their days in prayer and quiet strength. Though their lives lacked luxury, there was peace in their exile. One day, as twilight filtered through the canopy, a strange wonder appeared. A golden deer, dazzling beyond belief, stepped into the clearing. Its coat shimmered like molten sunlight, flecked with silver and ruby. It danced and bounded with elegance, catching the eye of Sita. She gasped with delight, her heart taken by the creature's beauty. She turned to Rama and begged, "Please, my lord, catch this deer for me. I have never seen such a marvel." Lakshmana frowned. His instincts stirred unease. "Brother," he warned, "this is no ordinary animal. I sense deceit. Do not be swayed." Yet Rama, seeing the joy in Sita's eyes and wishing to bring her happiness, resolved to pursue it. "Stay here," he said gently. "I will return soon." The deer, however, was not what it seemed. It was Maricha, a demon in disguise, sent by Ravana, king of Lanka, who lusted after Sita. Maricha's golden form was a trap, a lure spun from enchantment. Rama chased it through the trees, his bow ready. Each time he drew close, the deer leapt farther away, luring him deeper into the forest. Hours passed, and still Rama pursued. At last, with a sharp arrow, he struck. The golden illusion dissolved, and the dying demon cried out in Rama's voice, "Help me, Lakshmana!" Back at the hut, Sita's heart froze. Hearing the cry, she panicked, convinced that Rama was in mortal danger. She turned to Lakshmana and pleaded, "Go to him, quickly. Do not let harm befall him." Lakshmana hesitated, torn. He knew his duty was to guard Sita. He also knew Rama could not be defeated so easily. Yet Sita's desperation pierced him. Fearing her anger and sorrow, he reluctantly agreed. Before leaving, Lakshmana took a stick and drew a line around the hut. He said, "This is the Lakshman Rekha. Do not cross it, no matter what happens. Within it, you will be safe." With that, he departed, his heart heavy with conflict. It was then that Ravana appeared, disguised as a wandering monk. With humble words he asked for alms and water. Bound by the sacred duty of hospitality, Sita felt compelled to help, but the monk stood outside the line. Ravana's disguise was cunning, for he knew virtue could be twisted into weakness. Sita, compassionate and dutiful, stepped across the boundary. The moment her foot touched the ground beyond the line, Ravana revealed his true form. Towering and terrible, he seized her and carried her away in his flying chariot, thundering toward Lanka. When Rama and Lakshmana returned, the clearing was silent. Sita was gone. The forest, once peaceful, seemed hollow.
Rama's anguish shook the trees, Lakshmana's grief was deep. Yet out of their despair began the great quest to rescue Sita, restore honor, and defeat Ravana. Along the way, they would gain allies, the mighty Hanuman, general of the monkey army, Sugriva, the exiled monkey king, and countless others who stood for Dharma. Their struggle would culminate in a war that echoed across ages, where righteousness triumphed over deceit. The episode of the Golden Deer is pivotal. It is not merely a tale of enchantment, but a lesson woven into the fabric of the Ramayana. Sita's longing for beauty, Rama's eagerness to please, Lakshmana's conflict between obedience and protection. All these human impulses come together to open the door to tragedy. The Lakshman Rekha, the line drawn in the soil, became a symbol that outlived the story. It represents boundaries, lines of trust, duty, and caution. To cross them is to risk consequences that cannot be undone. Yet the story does not place blame solely on Sita. Her compassion, her hospitality were noble. They were simply used against her. The cunning of Maricha and the deceit of Ravana remind us that evil often exploits our best qualities. The golden deer also symbolizes the lure of illusion, the glittering thing that captures the eye but hides danger beneath. It warns that desire, when unchecked, can lead us astray. Even Rama, incarnation of Vishnu, was momentarily drawn into its snare. The story acknowledges that all, even the greatest, must guard against temptation. Yet the lesson is not one of despair. Rama's response to Sita's abduction was not vengeance born of rage, but duty born of love. He gathered allies, forged bonds, and waged war not for pride, but to uphold righteousness. His journey shows that even when mistakes lead to suffering, courage and integrity can light the path forward. In our own lives, the golden deer appears in many forms: false promises, fleeting desires, illusions that dazzle but deceive. The Lakshman Rekha is our reminder to set boundaries, to balance generosity with discernment, to protect ourselves and those we love without abandoning compassion. And when we falter, as we often do, Rama's quest teaches us that mistakes need not be our end. We can still act with courage, gather allies, and work to restore what was lost. The rainbow after the storm, the peace after the battle, begins with the choice to face our failings with integrity. The golden deer reminds us that illusions may tempt, boundaries may be crossed, but Dharma, righteous action, can always restore balance.
Number 38. Lac Long Quan and O Ke, Vietnamese, Modern Vietnam. In the ancient time when spirits and humans still mingled freely, the southern seas were ruled by Lac Long Quan, son of a mighty dragon lord. He carried within him the strength of the waves, the breath of the storm, and the patience of the tides. Wherever he walked, the scent of salt water lingered, and he could summon the seas to protect his people. To the north, among misty peaks and evergreen forests, dwelled O Ke, a mountain fairy of noble lineage. She was as graceful as a bird in flight, wise in healing herbs, and gentle in spirit. Her songs echoed like wind through pines, and her presence brought peace to valleys and villages. One day their paths crossed.
Despite their differences, he born of the sea, she born of the highlands, they felt an unshakable bond. Their eyes met, and in that meeting, water and mountain found harmony. They married, and together they built a life in the fertile land where rivers met hills, a place between two worlds. Not long after, Oka laid a sacred sack containing 100 eggs. From these eggs hatched 100 radiant children, strong, healthy, and filled with the vitality of both dragon and fairy. The family lived in joy. The children ran freely between coast and forest, learning to swim in rivers and climb trees, to fish and to forage, to sing the songs of the mountains and feel the rhythm of the waves. For a time, it seemed the world itself had bent in blessing to their union. Yet as the children grew, the differences in their parents' natures became more evident. Laklang Kwan felt his heart pulled by the endless sea. He longed for the rolling waves, the sound of water against stone, the vast horizon where sky and ocean touched. Oka, meanwhile, yearned for the mountain air, the scent of pine, and the quiet of mist-shrouded valleys. Their children, too, felt divided, some drawn to the coast, others to the peaks. The couple realized a truth. Love does not erase essence. They could not change what they were, nor could they ask the other to forsake their nature. Instead of allowing longing to become sorrow, they chose respect. Gathering their children, they made a decision. Laklang Goman took 50 children with him to the lowlands. There he taught them the ways of the water, how to cast nets into the rivers, how to build boats to ride the currents, how to live with the tides and cultivate the fertile deltas. Oka led the other 50 to the mountains. She showed them how to carve terraces from hillsides, how to weave from forest plants, and how to live in harmony with trees, streams, and birds. They parted with tenderness, not bitterness, promising that though distance might separate them, their family would remain united in heart. From this sacred parting, the Vietnamese people trace their origin, children of both dragon and fairy. The coastal people honor their dragon father with festivals by the sea, dragon dances, and reverence for the ocean's gifts. The mountain people honor their fairy mother with songs, rituals to the forests, and offerings to the spirits of the highlands. Each group carries part of the heritage, yet all remember that they share the same eggs, the same beginning. The story of Laklang Kwan and Oka is not one of conflict, but of balance. It emphasizes unity in diversity, teaching that difference need not breed division. The 100 eggs symbolize common origin, potential, and shared blood. The separation reflects not rejection, but acceptance. That to thrive, one must remain true to oneself. And sometimes that requires walking distinct paths. Even today, the legend speaks with clarity. In societies where divisions arise, by region, belief, or culture, it offers wisdom. Families and nations need not be uniform to be strong. Harmony can be found when each group honors its nature while remembering its shared roots. The love of Laklang Kwan and Oka accepted distance, teaching us that love does not always demand sameness or closeness, but trust and respect. In our personal lives, the story raises questions. Can we allow those we care for to walk different paths, even when it means being apart? Can we honor both connection and difference at once? The myth encourages us to see beyond immediate separations, to value the unseen threads of origin and kinship that bind us across distance. For the Vietnamese people, this legend is a cornerstone of identity. It tells them they are descendants of both the dragon of the seas and the fairy of the mountains, inheritors of strength, resilience, and grace. And for all of us, it offers a gentle but powerful reminder. Unity does not mean uniformity. True belonging is found when difference is honored, and when love endures even across rivers and mountains.
Number 39. Baba Yaga and Vasilisa the Beautiful. Slavic. Modern Russia, Ukraine. Deep in the shadowy forests of the Slavic lands, there is said to live a witch unlike any other. Her name is Baba Yaga. She dwells in a strange hut that stands on chicken legs, forever turning until the proper charm is spoken. Around her clearing stretches a fence of human bones, each topped with a glowing skull that serves as a lantern. Her nose is long, her teeth sharp, and her appetite unpredictable. Sometimes she devours, sometimes she blesses. All who meet her know one thing: she is to be feared, yet she is also to be respected. For Baba Yaga is not only a witch of death, but also a keeper of wisdom and a guardian of thresholds. One who encountered her was a young girl named Vasilisa. Vasilisa's life began in sorrow. Her mother died while she was still a child, but before passing, she placed into her daughter's hands a small wooden doll. She told her, "Feed this doll a little bread and water when you need help, and it will guide you." It was a final gift of love, a blessing that would serve as her protector. After her mother's death, Vasilisa's father remarried. His stepmother brought with her 2 daughters, and they were filled with envy at Vasilisa's beauty and grace. Day by day, they burdened her with endless chores, making her a servant in her own home. Yet Vasilisa never complained. She worked quietly, and the little doll often helped her in secret. One evening, the stepmother extinguished all the fire in their hearth. In darkness, she and her daughters ordered Vasilisa to go into the forest and seek fire from Baba Yaga herself. Their hearts brimmed with malice, for they hoped the girl would never return. Terrified, but obedient, Vasilisa tucked her doll into her apron and set out into the forest. The night was cold, the path uncertain, and strange eyes glimmered in the shadows. Each time she faltered, she gave her doll a crumb of bread, and it whispered in her ear which path to follow. Guided by this inner companion, she pressed on. At last, she came to a clearing, and there it was, the hut of Baba Yaga, creaking on its chicken legs,
turning slowly as though sniffing the air. The fence of bones gleamed with skulls whose eyes burned like coals. Summoning courage, Vasilisa recited the rhyme she had been taught, and the hut shuddered to a stop. Baba Yaga herself appeared, her eyes glowing like embers, her bony fingers clutching the threshold. "Why are you here, child?" the witch rasped. Vasilisa, trembling, explained her errand. Baba Yaga laughed, her voice echoing like crackling fire. "Very well, you may have my fire, but first you must earn it. Complete the tasks I set, or I shall feast upon you." She gave Vasilisa impossible chores: to sweep the hut, cook a meal, and most daunting of all, to sort a pile of poppy seeds from dirt and grit. The tasks were overwhelming, yet each time Vasilisa fed her doll, and while she slept, the doll's magic worked. By morning, the chores were done. Baba Yaga grumbled, but kept her word. She tested Vasilisa further, asking probing questions about her family. Vasilisa answered carefully, never speaking ill of her stepmother or sisters, yet never lying either. Her balance of truth and grace pleased the witch. At last, Baba Yaga handed Vasilisa a skull with blazing eyes. She said, "Take this fire. It will light your way home." Vasilisa returned, clutching the skull. At first, her stepmother and stepsisters welcomed her mockingly, certain she had failed. But the skull's fiery gaze turned toward them, and from its eyes leapt flames. Their cruelty was consumed by their own malice, and they perished in the fire. Vasilisa, at last, was free. In time, she made her way to the city. With her skill and diligence, she wove cloth so fine that it caught the attention of nobles. Eventually, her beauty and grace were recognized by a prince, and she lived a life not of vanity, but of compassion and wisdom. The tale of Baba Yaga and Vasilisa carries many layers. Baba Yaga herself is not purely evil. She is a force of nature, terrifying yet just. She tests those who enter her realm, rewarding courage, diligence, and tact, while punishing carelessness or cruelty. Her house on chicken legs symbolizes the unstable threshold between the ordinary and the otherworldly. Vasilisa's doll is more than a charm. It represents the inner voice, the intuition given to her by her mother's love. Feeding it with bread and water is symbolic of nurturing one's wisdom and faith, so that when darkness comes, guidance is available. The burning of the stepmother and stepsisters may seem harsh, but it reflects the truth that envy and cruelty eventually consume themselves. The impossible tasks, sorting seeds, cooking, cleaning, are metaphors for life's difficulties, which can only be overcome with patience, care, and trust in guidance. For us, the story reminds us that life often sets us trials that feel impossible.
we too may find ourselves lost in a dark forest, faced with daunting tasks. But like Vasilisa, we are not without help. The doll whispers that intuition, love, and inner strength can guide us through the hardest nights.
The tale also warns against envy and malice. To send another into harm out of jealousy is to invite destruction. Baba Yaga's forest teaches that what we give to others returns to us in kind. In the end, Vasilisa emerges not only with fire, but with transformation. She passes through fear, endures trials, and comes out wiser. Baba Yaga reminds us that the forest is not just a place of danger, but of growth. Those who enter with sincerity may leave stronger. And so the tale lives on, not just as a fairy story of witches and dolls, but as a mirror to our own journeys. For each of us must one day face the forest, trust our inner guide, and bring back the fire that lights our way forward. Number 40. Inanna's Descent to the Underworld. Sumerian, modern Iraq. Inanna, known as Ishtar in Akkadian, was one of the most complex deities of the ancient world. She was the goddess of love and fertility, but also of war and power. Her temples stood at the heart of cities, filled with offerings, songs, and rituals. Yet despite her prominence, she was restless. She longed for deeper knowledge, for the wisdom found not in the light of life, but in the darkness of death. Her gaze turned toward the realm of her sister, Ereshkigal, queen of the underworld. Some say she was driven by curiosity. Others claim it was ambition, a desire to extend her rule. Still others suggest compassion, for Ereshkigal was bound to her lonely throne, far from the world above. Whatever her reason, Inanna resolved to descend. Before she began her perilous journey, Inanna called for her loyal minister, Ninshubur. She gave her clear instructions. "If I do not return in 3 days, go to the great gods. Plead for my rescue." With these words she prepared herself, not with humility, but with splendor. She adorned her body with 7 divine items: the crown upon her head, a necklace upon her neck, beads upon her chest, a golden ring upon her hand, a breastplate over her heart, a royal dress that flowed to her feet, and finally her staff of authority. Each symbol declared her status and power. Wearing them, she descended to the first gate of the underworld. At each of the 7 gates, the gatekeeper stopped her. The laws of the underworld were absolute. No one entered with pride intact. At the first gate, she surrendered her crown. At the second, her necklace. At the third, her beads. At the fourth, her ring. At the fifth, her breastplate. At the 6th, her flowing dress. At the 7th, even her staff was taken from her. Piece by piece, she was stripped of her glory. By the time she reached the throne room of Ereshkigal, Inanna stood naked and bowed low, not as a goddess of power, but as a vulnerable woman.
Ereshkigal, threatened by her presence, gave the command. The judges of the underworld passed their verdict. Inanna was struck down, and her lifeless body was hung on a hook like meat, a chilling reminder that no one, goddess or mortal, defies the laws of death. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Ninshubur, faithful to her word, sought help from the gods. Many turned away, fearing the wrath of Ereshkigal. Only Enki, the god of wisdom and trickery, listened. From the dirt under his fingernails, he fashioned 2 tiny, fragile beings. He gave them no food, no water, so they might slip unnoticed into the realm of the dead. In the underworld, they found Ereshkigal groaning in agony, racked with the pain of giving birth to demons. Instead of demanding Inanna's release, they did something rare. They listened. When she cried out, they echoed her cries. When she moaned, they moaned with her. Their empathy soothed her suffering. Feeling understood for the first time, Ereshkigal softened. She offered them a gift, any they desired. They asked only for Inanna's body. Bound by her own word, she could not refuse. The tiny beings sprinkled the food and water of life on the corpse. Inanna stirred, her eyes opened, and she rose from death. Yet resurrection came with a cost. The underworld demanded balance. No one could leave without sending another in their place. Inanna ascended, accompanied by demons eager to claim her substitute. She passed by those who had mourned her, Ninshubur, loyal and grieving, her children, dressed in rags of sorrow. She spared them. But then she came upon her husband, Dumuzi, lounging on a throne, adorned in fine garments, seemingly untouched by her absence. Seeing his indifference, Inanna's days hardened. She chose him as her substitute. The demons seized Dumuzi, dragging him toward the underworld. He cried out for mercy. His sister, Gestiana, hearing his plea, offered to share his fate. Thus it was decreed. Dumuzi would spend half the year in the underworld, and his sister the other half. From this rhythm, the ancients saw the cycle of the seasons. Fertile months of growth when Dumuzi returned, barren months of decline when he descended once more. Inanna's descent is one of the oldest recorded myths of death and rebirth, inscribed on clay thousands of years ago. It tells us that power is not gained only by conquest, but also by surrender. To enter the depths, Inanna had to relinquish every symbol of pride and identity. Stripped bare, she encountered death itself, and yet, through compassion, she was restored. The story also shows the hidden strength of empathy. The gods, with all their might, refused to help, but 2 tiny, humble beings succeeded simply by listening. They remind us that sometimes the greatest healing comes not from power, but from understanding. There are consequences, too. Inanna's ambition brought suffering not only to herself, but to her husband, whose fate became tied to the turning of the seasons. Justice, anger, and necessity are tangled together. The myth does not shy away from the truth that transformation often leaves scars. For us, Inanna's journey is a mirror. Each of us may be called to descend into our own underworlds, into grief, loss, or the shadow parts of ourselves.
In those places, we are stripped of ego, of titles, of the things we cling to. Yet the story assures us, descent is not the end. With patience, empathy, and the help of others, we can rise again. And when we return, we may not come back unchanged. Like Inanna, we may need to make sacrifices, to let go of what no longer serves us, to accept new rhythms in our lives. The cycle of descent and return is the cycle of renewal, of death and rebirth, of surrender and wisdom. This ancient myth, carved in cuneiform thousands of years ago, continues to speak across time. It whispers that transformation is costly, that empathy heals more than force, and that every descent, if faced with courage, can lead to a fuller life.
Conclusion. You have now journeyed through 40 myths, carried across oceans and centuries, spoken in the voices of many cultures. From the mountains of Scandinavia to the deserts of Mesopotamia. From the forests of Africa to the islands of the Pacific, each story has offered a window into how people have sought to understand life, death, and everything in between. Though the names of the gods may differ, and the landscapes shift from river to plain to sky, the themes remain strikingly familiar. Every culture has asked why we suffer, what it means to love, and how to face the unknown. Every myth has carried its lesson, sometimes whispered in a trickster's cleverness, sometimes thundered in the fall of gods, and sometimes sung in the quiet courage of those who endure. Taken together, these stories remind us of something greater, that humanity has always been connected by imagination. Long before borders and nations, people told myths to explain their world and to guide their choices. They left us a legacy not just of belief, but of wisdom wrapped in story. And even today, when the world seems vast and unfamiliar, these ancient voices still speak. They remind us to respect balance, to walk with humility, to meet endings with hope, and to treasure the bonds of friendship, family, and community. They encourage us to look deeper, not only at the world outside, but also at the landscapes within ourselves. So, as this journey closes, carry the myths with you. Let them be more than tales of the past. Let them be companions for the present, guiding lights for the questions you will ask, and gentle reminders that across cultures and across time, we are all storytellers searching for meaning. The myths endure because we do, and as long as we keep listening, they will continue to whisper their truths into the ages to come.